Good morning, traders! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Happy Tuesday, baby. It is August 10th, 8:56 in the morning. This is officially what? Day number 7 of the small account challenge. And guys, the market was definitely slow. The market was definitely choppy yesterday. Yes, there were some great trades, some great alerts. However, I don't think there was a lot of great A+, 80-20 small account trades. So I'm really hoping, if you guys can, while I'm doing my little 3-minute rant, go ahead and help Emmanuel out. And again, direct him over to getting access into the live stream, getting it running, everything like that, and make sure we're all set, ready to rock and roll. All right, guys, I appreciate you so much. But again, tomorrow, in my honest opinion, I didn't really see... No, definitely not a Discord. Not at all. Do away with the Discords. Trade with the professionals. We put a lot of time and stuff into the chat room here for you guys. So, with that being said, again, guys, and welcome to the team, by the way. Welcome to the team. We're happy to have you here. And if you ever need anything, please send me an email, Josh@Alpha Day Trading, and never hesitate to type any questions inside of chat, right? We're all here, one big family, one big trading family, guys. All right, we're always here to help each other out. So again, never hesitate if you have any questions. All right, but again, yesterday was just a okay day. I definitely did not think there were a lot of great A+, 80-20 small account trades. So we only took one trade. It was a 10-cent per share loser. I lost a whopping $22 on the trade. So again, there wasn't a lot of stocks moving. That was the best setup I saw. Momentarily, it was up about 50 bucks, but we were looking for about 40 cents to the upside with about that 10 to 15 cents of risk. Unfortunately, it came crashing down, got stopped out, right? So let's hope that we get a hot day. Let's hope that we have better, consistent movers in the stock market so we could get that small account growing and we can start rocking and rolling. And so far today, team, we have a nice watch list, right? This morning, I got a lot of stuff posted up in options chat for you guys. So again, I'm looking at Boeing, the reasonings, the areas that we want to see break, calls, what I'm looking at, very thorough. Apple, what I'm looking at, BYND, and what I'm looking at. The only one that I have not added yet is COIN, right? Coin. I'm going to go ahead and get COIN posted up real quick because I'm also watching Coin for some possible calls today as well. So, a lot of stuff there over in options chat. And like I said, let me go ahead and get COIN thrown up real quick. And what I'll go ahead and do is I will grab all of this information, my watch list that I posted up periodically here inside of chat. I'm going to go ahead and get this posted up here in Stock Talk for you guys. And again, this is my watch list. This is what I am looking at for the day. All right. So again, equities, KXIN, IMV. All right. Those are some equity plays that I'm looking at as far as the criteria, the technicals, the entries, the exits, you name it. Options, Boeing, Apple, BYND, and COIN. This is all coming directly from the morning stock newsletter. If you guys want to go just look at the morning stock newsletter, there's a link for you guys. All right. But again, we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot moving. So I don't want to waste any time. I want to go ahead and start diving into everything real quick. All right, team. So give me 1 second and we're all set, ready to rock and roll. So let's start with our up gappers, our penny stock up gappers this morning. All right. Let's go ahead and start with ZEV. Right? ZEV. Why is the stock moving up right now? We have a pretty solid press release over on ZEV. So ZEV, Lightning E-Motors and Forest Rivers Incorporated reach a multi-year agreement for up to $850 million in zero-emission bus technology plus charging products and services. So ZEV, solid press release. That's why the stock is currently gapping up 57%. So we had talked about this. I actually traded ZEV. I locked in just shy of $250 here in pre-market, and our trade was right around the 934, risking underneath $9, and we had room for about 60 cents to the upside for first target, right around $10. We just broke over 10. Now we're holding $10 as support. Our second target is going to be that 200 SMA, right around $10.49. So We just hit first target. You are moments away from hitting second target. Now, with that being said, if ZEV ever breaks over the 200 SMA, so why I cannot see anything on the screen, I could hear him, so I am not sure. Let me go ahead and get the direct YouTube link up for you. And another thing too is if you are new to chat, please take a moment to watch the introduction to chat video. Again, that link is posted right at the top of the chat room page. So anytime you are coming in the chat, when you scroll down, you actually see, if you're new to chat, please take a moment to watch our quick chat room introduction video. That's going to talk to you guys about all of the features, again, how to activate the live stream, get it up and running, all of that good stuff. Okay, guys? So again, if you're new to chat, just take a moment to watch the introduction video, and you guys will be all set, ready to rock and roll. So ZEV, right? We know that the 200 SMA is one of the strongest moving averages, and traders respect it as support and resistance. So the 200 SMA is right there at 1049. If we break over 1049, how high could ZEV go? We just want to look left, right? We want to look at all these levels right through this area here. So the first level that I'm seeing is this low, and right off those highs. That puts you right about 1083 on ZEV. Then you're going to have $11, right? It's just a whole number. It's psychological. It's a round number as far as resistance. Now we're going up, going up, going up, looking for resistance, and I'm seeing more resistance right around that 1173, right? You can see a couple times that we had support, resistance, support, and some resistance and support right around that 1073. So again, if ZEV steals the volume, the activity, the action, and this is the number one stock that rips and runs, again, it has room to that 1048, over 1048, room to 1083, and then 11, and then anything over $11, it has room to 1173. Now, if this stock continues to grind and squeeze to the upside, we will jump back into that daily chart and remark up our higher levels. We just hit second target, guys. So a beautiful 2-to-1, 3-to-1 setup on ZEV. Never got stopped out. Took a little bit, but we ended up getting to 1047. Our target was 1048. So congratulations if you guys were in ZEV. That was a great time to go ahead and start locking in some profits there. So we know our overhead levels, right? How high ZEV can go. But how low can it go? What if it starts cracking and crashing and moving on back down? Well, right now we have $10 support. We're above 10 bucks. We want to see $10 hold on up as support now. But if it cannot, how low can ZEV go? Well, I would say ZEV would have room back down towards around $9.60. How low can you go? I would say $9.60. Right off these initial pre-market highs, we broke above momentarily. We tried to hold on up as support. We did bounce a little bit. Then we cracked below, came back up, hit resistance once again, hit it again, and then we broke out. Right? So I would say 960 would be another good level of support here on ZEV if $10 cannot hold on up. Now, if we crack below 960 and we're moving on down, I would say we have room down towards around $8.75. So those are your overhead targets on ZEV. Those are your lower support levels on ZEV. We have good news. ZEV is a 31 million in float stock, so it's not terrible, right? It's not a high float. It's not super low, but it's an okay float. It can definitely move. 9.3 million shares traded against the 500,000 shares that it trades on average. So we have great volume. We have good news, right? We have a relatively low float play. It's gapping up 61%. And right now, this is going to be the number one watch out of the gate. ZEV is the number one stock that we're watching right when the bell goes ding, ding, ding. All right. And again, you know your support levels and you have your overhead targets as well. They're on ZEV. Okay. Moving on. We also have FULC. What's going on with FULC? So, Fulcrum Therapeutics announces positive interim results from phase 1 healthy adult volunteer trial for sickle cell disease. So the key word out of that press release is results from phase 1 trials. Positive results from phase 1 trial. All right, that's the key word. That's why FULC is currently gapping up 61%. All right. It's only trading about 3 million shares, but on average, it trades 183,000. So we have substantial volume on FULC. We have a nice gap up. It's a lower float play as well. It's only 16 million in float. So right now, we have good news. We have good volume. We have a lower float play. FULC can definitely go on a nice big rip and run, and so far it has. It's gone from around 833, hitting pre-market highs of $14.65. So how high can it go? No. It's how low can it go? But let's go ahead and mark up our overhead levels real quick on FULC and see how high it could go, right? Right off the bat, right there at 1550. That right before that big gap down, and we came back up and filled that gap here in February. All right, so that's going to be a key level right around $15.50. Now, if it breaks on out and it rips and runs, and this is our number one gainer, how high could it go? $17.90. Then we're looking up towards around $20. And then we could possibly see it all the way up towards around $21.18, and then up towards around $22.50. So right off the bat, we have some nice overhead targets. $15.50, $17.90, $19.80, $20. And then anything over 20, we can see $21.18 and then $22.50. And may even pop up and retest those highs right at $22.96. But I see better resistance, a little bit lower. And actually, I can fine tune that just a little bit more and bring that down right there. And that's going to be $22.30. All right, so $22.30 would be the best level for our top target. Now, Casey, start dancing again. How low can it go? Well, let's go ahead and look at that daily chart real quick. The first level that I see is that 200 SMA, right there around $11. So at the lowest, we don't want to see it cracking below $11. We want to see $11 hold if it ever gets back down towards around $11. Now let's go ahead and look to see if we have any levels between 11 and that 1550, right? Let's see if we can identify any kind of key level. And right off the bat, I'm going to throw that $12 mark up, right? We have the gap down where we opened, and we see that we had a lot of price action around that $12, especially right here through this time frame. A lot of price action, a lot of resistance, a lot of support, right? A lot of resistance. So again, $12 would be a pretty good level here over on FULC. And it's been validated in pre-market. We broke above 12, and look at that support here in pre-market. Boom, 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 boom. Then we got the nice big grind. So it sat there and consolidated beautifully above that $12 level and got a nice big move to the upside. So right now, $12 would be a pretty good level of support here on FULC. Now, do we have any other levels that could definitely hold on up as support? Well, I would say right here around that breakout level of 1286. We tried to pop through 1286, we got rejected. We tried again, 1286, we got rejected. Tried here again, 1286, got rejected. Volume moved in right through the 1286. That shows demand, right? There was demand, there was volume, there was activity through that 1286 to get that next leg up. So those are going to be our levels. Right now, 1286 could definitely hold up as some nice support. If we crack below 1286, we have room down to 12. We crack below 12, we have room all the way down to that 200 SMA, right around $11. Anything below $11, I would not expect to see this thing do too much today. All right. Now, if we hold these levels on up and we have a nice mover today on FULC, we do have room towards around that 1550. All right. Anything over 1550, room towards around 1790, and then up towards around the 1980 here on FULC. Again, good news, good volume, low float play, definitely has a lot of opportunity. Number two that we're going to be watching right out of the gate. Moving on, number three, we have IMV. Why is IMV moving on up? All right, so we got some news. Woo, we got news on everything. Excuse me, guys. So IMV announced final top line results. Woo, baby, I love that press release right now. Announcing final top line results of the DECIDE1 clinical trial in advanced ovarian cancer. So we have cancer related final top line results. Couple hot keywords in the press release. That's exactly why IMV just went from around 168 and hit those pre-market highs of 235. IMV, it's a larger float play. It's 75 million in float. Traders, day traders, when it comes to penny stocks, they absolutely love low float plays. We have FULC with really good news. It's gapping up 60%. We have ZEV with really good news. All right, it's gapping up 60%. Lower float plays. Now we have IMV. It's a little bit larger in float. It's going to be a slower and steadier mover, which may make it ideal for the small account. Looking for a sweet entry and holding this for a nice, slow, steady move to the upside. So, IMV, we have good news. We have really good volume. We're trading 9.7 million shares here in pre-market. On average, you trade 1.7 million shares. All right. And again, it's about a 76 million in float stock. Right now, what do we have here on IMV? This was something that I put in the morning newsletter. This is something that I posted up here in chat. At the lowest, we have $2 support, right? Not only do we have daily $2 support, not only do we have the 50 SMA right around $2, it's also a natural psychological whole number. If we crack below 220 and we start selling off, I want to see if IMV can hold above $2. And if we can, we do have room back up to 220. We would have room up to 245, and then we would have room all the way up to 284, around $3. If we do not crack below 220, and that's our level of support, and we start building off that level, which right now definitely looks like we're trying to hold that 220 really, really nice. Starting to get a nice bottom, starting to try to transition into a little bit of an uptrend, right? We see that nice transition, slow and steady, trying to form a nice little U shape above 220. We could see this blast right over 235 and run right up towards around that 245 to 250. Anything over that level, once again, we have room to 284 and then $3. Anything over 3, we do have a lot of room up towards around $3.34 over on IMV. So again, IMV number 3 that I want to be watching, right? We have great news on all these plays, right? We have great volume, and 2 of the 3 are very low float plays. So I do like IMV as a slower, steadier mover, may be ideal for the small account. I like ZEV, and I definitely like FULC. Now, last but not least on the penny stock watch list that I have built for today, KXIN. We were watching KXIN for the possible mid-candle breakout. This stock went absolutely bananas here in pre-market from 280 to 365 in the matter of 6 to 7 minutes, right? 8 minutes. We've shot up nearly $1 to the upside. Why? Why did KXIN get some crazy hype this morning right around 7 o'clock? Well, right at 7 o'clock, they dropped a press release. Now, it wasn't a hot press release. Not an exciting, oh my gosh, phase 3 trial press. No. KXIN, they announced plan for smaller size electric vehicles. So their stock is gaining on a plan for their entry into the EV market. So it's not even a definitive. It's not a guarantee. It's just a plan, right, to get into the EV market. So KXIN, we have news. KXIN, traders were already looking at this play. We were looking at this play yesterday around 10 o'clock for today for the mid-candle breakout, right? So again, other traders were probably looking at KXIN as well. And when they see there's news, and that's the only stock with news right at 7 o'clock, and they're already looking at this for that possible continuation, what do? They rush into KXIN. That's why it ran from 280 to 365. So KXIN, I think we have a little bit of a back burner play. And the reason I say it's a back burner play is because we have absolutely no volume right now. But it is a stock that can actually go on a nice big move. Again, Friday, big time move from around $2 to $3.30. Yesterday, from around $2.50 back up towards around $2.90. Right now, we're gapping up once again here on KXIN. What is our gap up right now on KXIN? We're gapping up only 12%, but we are trading good volume, right? Not impressive, not substantial volume, but we're trading good volume. 7 million shares. On average, it trades 5 million shares, right? It's a lower float play as well. It's 41 million in float. And right now, I do think KXIN could definitely go on another run up today. I want to see KXIN holding above Friday's close, right? At the lowest, I want to see this holding above Friday's close, which is right around $3.16. Let me go ahead and get that adjusted real quick. So yeah, right around $3.16 would be the level that I want to see KXIN hold above. Ideally, I wanted to see this above the 200 SMA. But again, if we pull back and we level, bottom, and we start building off of that 316 and re-break that 325, 327, which is your 200 SMA, I do think we could see a nice big day here on KXIN. Now, how high could KXIN go, right? Let's say KXIN is the stock. This is the one that traders land on, right? How high could it go? Well, my first target on KXIN would be 360, right up towards these pre-market highs. Anything over that 360, we could see KXIN up towards around 385 to $4 natural resistance. And then we could see it up towards around, let's bring that down a little bit, 416, and then up towards around $4.60 here on KXIN. So again, if you're just tuning in, KXIN has news. It's not crazy, exciting news, right? We were already looking at this for another day of momentum, another day of movement off of a possible mid-candle, but the news went ahead and got it going this morning. Want to see this hold above $3.16 ideally, and if we can do that, we have room back up to those pre-market highs. Anything over pre-market highs, room to 385 and then 4. Anything over that level, 416. Then we have a nice big window from around 416 all the way up towards around $4.60 here on KXIN. Right now, not one of the top stocks I'm going to be watching right out of the gate. It's going to be a little bit of a back burner play. I like FULC right out of the gate. I like ZEV right out of the gate. And I like IMV right out of the gate. So KXIN, a little bit of a back burner sleeper play. If these stocks here, IMV, ZEV, and FULC, start to lose activity, they start to fade, maybe we see some traders move back in to KXIN. Ooh, that rhymed. That sounded good. So that's what we're watching for penny stocks. Now I'm going to brush through my options watch list real quick, talk to you guys about my levels, and if we get a setup, we will be trading some options today. So BYND, right? I'm watching BYND over 134.17. This has room to 136.77 and then 138.87. So a confirmation break and hold over 134.17, we have at least $2.50 to the upside here on BYND. That's a good move, right? Getting at least $2 out of this play, those options would be very rewarding, right? And we can have very tight stops over on BYND as well. So again, right now, it's just a back burner play. It's something I'm watching. I did some due diligence last night. I scanned through a lot of our watch list, and I come across a few plays that I think could start moving today or tomorrow and have some good opportunity for options. BYND is one of them. I do not want to see BYND below yesterday's highs. So right now we're over that 131 level, right? That's our level of support. As long as we're staying above yesterday's highs, I think BYND is in play today for that run up to that 134.17. We break over 134.17 up towards around 136.77 and 138.87. Disney. We're just watching Disney for the break of the downtrend, right? All we're doing is just waiting for Disney to break out of the short-term downtrend to the upside. Now, here's the thing. We do have some earnings coming on up the 12th. So earnings are going to be Thursday after the market. So with that being said, the earnings are going to sometimes make the technicals not so respected, right? Just because we have a beautiful setup doesn't mean it's going to retain that setup. If Disney comes out and there's anything negative with earnings, we could see it gap down back below that 200 SMA and the trade would be null and void, right? It'd be canceled out. So with that being said, I'm just observing Disney right now up into earnings after earnings. And if we actually hold above that 200 SMA and we're above the downtrend, I think Disney has some room back up to those prior highs of 185. So let's go ahead and mark that level up. And then I would think Disney has room, again, maybe every whole number, 190, 192, 195, all the way back up towards around $200. So again, Disney, back burner options play. We have earnings coming up. Right now, I'm just observing this. After earnings, if the technicals are still intact and we have some opportunity, we can attack on Disney, possibly make a couple bucks there. All right, so I'm watching it. Boing, 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 boing. All right, so Boing right now. I'm a little 50-50 on Boing. We have a little bit of a moving average squeeze formation on Boing, right? We're being propped up by the 200 SMA. We just got back above yesterday and held it beautifully above that 20 EMA. And we can see that that 50 days coming right over the top, squeezing this stock. So to me, just looking at the squeeze formation with the higher low, it's screaming bullish. I think we have room to 250 and then room to 258. However, we have this massive falling channel on Boeing. So even though I see a bullish setup right here in between these moving averages, I still see some bearishness on Boeing because we are in this falling channel. So again, Boeing's a game of patience, waiting for the confirmation, right? If we get that squeeze formation, we need to see it breaking, closing, and holding above the downtrend, maybe right around 240. That's when we have room to that 258, maybe even back up towards around 277. If we get rejected by that downtrend and we stay inside of this falling channel, I would think we would have some room back down towards around $200 on Boeing. This would not be a day trade. This would not be a couple day swing trade. I'd be looking maybe 30 to 45 days out either way, right? We get confirmation for calls. I'm going to go probably 45 days out on my calls, right? They're going to be more expensive, but I have more time for this to actually work on out, okay? And then if we get confirmation for puts, I'd be looking maybe 45 days out, back down towards around $200 for some puts on Boeing, all right? Moving on. Coin is already starting to get over yesterday's highs. As long as coin is holding over yesterday's highs, right around 282.50 at the lowest, back down towards around that level right there, 280.39. As long as we're above one of those two levels and we start building on up, breaking over pre-market highs, I'd be looking for some calls up towards around $300 on coin. Maybe happens today, maybe happens this week, but I would still give myself probably 2 weeks until the expiration on coin just to give myself a little bit of time to be right on this trade. So again, observing. The market opens. Let's see if it holds on up. Let's see if we get a setup. If so, I'd be looking to grab some $300 calls here on COIN. And then last but not least, Apple. We just have one big triangle, one big wedge, one big symmetrical triangle here on Apple. The one thing that I like is not only do we have uptrend support, we also have 20 EMA support, and we can see that we have a nice little downtrend. Calls or puts, we're waiting for confirmation. A break and close out of this wedge, this triangle, whatever you want to call it. Breaking out of the downtrend, over the downtrend, right? Closing with volume. I think we can grab some calls up towards around 150. I think that's a solid target, right? Back up to those all-time highs. If we crack below the trend line and that 20 EMA, I'd be looking for some 141 puts, and I would probably give this about a 2-week window to actually work on out for us. All right, so again, we may have $2 to $3 to the upside as far as potential. We may have $2 to $3 to the downside as far as potential on Apple. Again, once we see that confirmation and once we execute, whether those are calls, whether those are puts on Apple. So again, that is my options watch list for the day. We're watching Boeing. We're watching Disney, right? We're watching Beyond Meat, BYND. We're watching Coin, and we're watching Apple. Penny stocks, if you're just now tuning in, IMV, ZEV, KXIN, back burner play, and then FULC. FULC, ZEV, and IMV are the top 3 stocks that I'm watching right out of the gate when the market opens, okay? I know someone said something about AHPI. AHPI, I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan of AHPI. But now I'm a fan of it. So, why is it moving up? Number one, why is the stock moving? So Allied Healthcare, AHPI, sees highs. These are widely considered plays on masks and masking. Again, with the mask mandates coming back out, AHPI could definitely get some hype. We've been watching AHPI because we had some decent technicals on AHPI, but every time it would come up into that 1017 level, it get rejected, get rejected, get rejected. Look at yesterday. Every time that it was trying to get a nice break over 1017, it struggled. It chopped around a lot. Right now, we are seeing some nice action here on AHPI. So where do we have support? I would say we have some good support off of the high from July 13th. I would say that is the lowest we want to see AHPI go, right? Right around that $11.46 mark. Now, how high could AHPI go, right? So boom, $13.05. Oh, shocking. That was resistance in pre-market. Why is that? It's a daily high. It's a daily level of resistance. Looking left, up towards around 1476. Going up, 1625. And then we could possibly see it all the way towards around $20 there on AHPI. No direct news on AHPI, but we do have some good technicals on the daily. We can see here that this company, what was the little article about? These are widely considered plays on masks and masking. And we know with the mask mandates starting to come back out with the COVID variants, yada, 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 this is something that could definitely get some more action based on the overall market and the economy and what's going on. Again, AHPI, not only do we have this little article this morning that was dropped at 9:13 this morning, we also have some nice technicals here on AHPI. So AHPI, now that we look at it, now that we're above that 1146, I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. And we're definitely going to be keeping this one on watch as well out of the gate. Once again, over those pre-market highs, this one could rocket all the way up towards around that $14.76 to $15 mark. Potential washout long to AHPI, I could definitely see that happening, right? I can definitely see that happening. Could be a little bit of a gap and go that fails into a washout long, or we open, we wash out down towards that 1146 level, and then we get a nice little bounce. So definitely AHPI could be a little bit of a panic pop for a short back down towards around 1150, or simply just a washout long for that bounce play, for that nice maybe 50 cent to $1 bounce back to the upside on AHPI. AHPI is the lowest float stock on the leaderboard. This stock just started to get some activity and some action right around 9 o'clock. I would say that a good amount of traders are looking at AHPI because it's moving right now. It just had an article right around 9 o'clock, and it's the lowest float play of the day, and it's been something that's been moving, and it's been on every trader's radar for the past few weeks anyway. All right, so right now, AHPI, number one stock I want to watch out of the gate for that possible washout long or the panic pop for the short here on AHPI. So let's go ahead and recap real quick. We have a minute 40 to go. My top stocks that I'm watching out of the gate right now at this point in time for penny stocks. AHPI is going to be number one. We just talked about those levels. FULC is going to be number two. We've already talked about those levels. ZEV is going to be number three. And IMV is going to be number four, right? Top four plays that I'm watching right at the start of the day. KXIN is a back burner sleeper play. It may not get some hype, but if it does, it can go on a nice big time move if everything else starts fading on off. Option watch list for the day. Apple, Coin, Boeing, BA, Disney, DIS, BYND. And guys, I know you wanted to hear about AMC. We're going to watch AMC. Right now, looking at the daily chart, it's still bearish. It's still in a downtrend. The trend is your friend. All right, do not trade against the trend. We could trade this intraday as a day trade. All right, but if you're thinking of swings, right, swing trade, investing in it, right, it's still technically in a downtrend on AMC. So I would not be trading against the trend, trying to go long. I would still be thinking to the short side. We still have room down towards around 24 bucks on AMC. So always remember, the trend is your friend. Don't trade against it. Trade with it. We have some opportunity possibly intraday for AMC for some day trades. Let's get set ready to rock and roll, team. We got 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are live. So let's get those scanners up for you guys. Let me remove my beautiful face so you can see the scanners, and we're all set, ready to rock and roll. So again, possible washout long down towards around that 1150 here on AHPI. Down towards around that 1150, possible washout long. It's got to come all the way down, slam hard, right into that 1150 level within the first 2 minutes of the day. That's the washout long. So right now I'm not in it. I'm not touching it. Halt level to the upside is 1323. So 1323 is the halt level to the upside. Now it's 1337. And the halt level to the downside is 1150. No, it's 1094. So we're getting a little bit of this panic pop. And I'm going to go ahead and lock in $479 on the Panic Pop short. Just like that, I'm up $727 on the day. So what did we say? Possible washout long to the 1150 or a possible panic pop into those pre-market highs. Panic pop, boom, nailed the short, grabbed about $479.37 there on AHPI. And again, if I would have held it just a little bit longer, I would be up substantially, but it's a scalp play. I get in. The second we start dropping, I get out. I lock in my profits. I look down. Hey, it was $479 on AHPI. I'll take it all day. So right now, what a great way to start the day. AHPI, again, #1 stock out of the gate, whether that was a panic pop or a washout long. I nailed one of the trades, and hey, it worked out great. And so far, we're up $700 on the day. Possible red to green move on IMV. Yep, definitely a little early to tell. Definitely a little early. We need to see that transition, right? Start to see that U-shape. Start to see some volume move in. I do like the fact that we are oversold on the 1 minute, and we are coming down into those lows from pre-market right around that 210. Again, support, good support, is all the way back down in the low twos, right? 202 to 204 is the best level of support on IMV. So just be mindful of that, but you can definitely see a nice quick red to green move. You did pull back to the 210. We are starting to see that transition, and we are very oversold. We could see some buying pressure move in back over the open of 220 for a nice big rip and run here over on IMV. KXIN out of the gate, guys. KXIN's getting some nice action right now, right out of the gate. It actually held above that 322 level. I'm surprised. We actually held above that level, so definitely be watching KXIN as well. So again, IMV, possible red to green move. That's the only thing that I see right now at this point in time. KXIN, nice little pop out of the gate. It is a larger float play on KXIN, so it's going to be a slower and steadier play, which is nice. Definitely for that small account. And then you have FULC down off that 1286 level, starting to get a nice little pop. So again, 1286, we said, hey, that could be a great level of support. We came right on down, bouncing beautifully, trying to get some action now. We cracked below 1286. Next target is going to be that 1199, right around the, no, I'm sorry, yeah, 1199, 12 bucks. Uh, 20 seconds before that, you said you would not touch AHPI, so I said, oh, AHPI is moving. I don't like it, right? Because again, the last couple of weeks, I've noticed it's been trying to break over $10 and getting rejected. Breaking over $10, getting rejected. Then we see we have news, the mask mandates, how this company could definitely get some hype, how the stock can get some hype based on that article that just came out, the lowest float stock of the day over that 1150 level. Then I said, you know what? I do like it now. I actually do like AHPI. Cole asked about a washout long. I said definitely a washout long. I'd be looking to buy it for the dip around 1150 or a panic pop off of those pre-market highs for the short. So initially, yes, I said AHPI, I don't like it. But then once we looked at it, we looked at the article, we saw the flow, and we really analyzed it right before the market opened. I shifted my mindset from, you know what, I kind of do like it. It has some good opportunity. And again, that was definitely not a trade for a small account, right? Panic pops and washout longs are very advanced strategies that took me years to master those trades. So again, it's definitely not a setup or strategy that I recommend newer traders trade. They're very, very high risk, but if executed correctly, they could, yield some pretty good returns. So right now, AHPI is the stock that's getting the action, right? It's the lowest float stock. It's breaking over those highs. And like we said, right, initially, I wasn't a fan of AHPI just because it's been something on watch for the last month and it's struggled. We had decent technicals, but that article really helped AHPI get some action and get some hype to the upside. So right now, AHPI is the lowest float stock that is currently moving up. It is a 3 million in float stock. It's trading about 4 million shares, up 36%. Right now, AHPI is the play that we want to focus our attention on. What was the winner today? Two winners, AHPI and ZEV. So two green trades, 2 for 2, up 727. And again, that's slightly over my daily goal. So right now, I'm definitely going to scale back size and look for just some nice little teeny weeny base hits and see if I can get over $1,000 on the day. But yeah, right now, if you look at like FULC, it's fading. KXIN, it's fading. ZEV, again, it's trying to get a little bit of a pop, but look at that big downtrend that you have right here, right? It has this nice downtrend. So right now, until it gets out of the downtrend, breaks the downtrend, puts in some higher lows and higher highs, right now, ZEV, a little bearish. IMV, getting hit hard to the downside. Right now, all eyes. Nearly every trader in the market, safe to say that right now they're on AHPI. Where is your bounce play on AHPI? Your dip buy opportunity for a quick scalp is going to be down towards around that 310 to 315, right? 310 to 315. So again, watch for a quick dip buy for a scalp or watch for the reversal. Again, come down, bounce, a little bit of a double bottom, higher low. Then we get that pop back up over $14 here on AHPI. So AHPI is the #1 play that I want to watch right now at this point in time. Down towards around the low 13s, right around that 13.10, 13.15. Again, waiting for a really solid A+ setup. A halt level on AHPI is going to be, if it would quit moving, 1506 to the upside. 1506 to the upside for the halt. 1232 to the downside for the possible halt to the downside. BB swing is starting to work out, guys. I don't know if you guys were taking the BB swing. I was taking the BB swing, and it's up a little bit. You know, it's not bad. Nice little pop out of the gate. It's a whopping $16 on the small account right now, which is, I mean, it's something. So again, right now on BB, it's not looking all that bad. Again, we have a nice swing trade with some potential up towards around 14 bucks. Especially if we can pop over 12. $12 was like one of my first targets to lock in a little profit. And then up towards around that $14 to $15 level there on BB from yesterday. BYND, no confirmation yet for any kind of entries. For options, Disney, nothing. Boeing, again, today was like just observing this one. Coin, starting to move on down a little bit. Apple, nothing yet. So right now, a lot of the plays that I was watching for options, they haven't given us any kind of confirmation yet for a play. Someone said something about Zoom. I mean, it doesn't look bad at all on Zoom. I mean, Zoom, I mean, realistically speaking, has room over 400 bucks. Nice healthy pullback. We bounced off the 20 EMA yesterday. So I wouldn't say like today. I mean, maybe it could get back up to 400 bucks today, but definitely by the end of the week into earnings, I could definitely see Zoom back over $400, 100%. Let's go ahead and pull this into like a 1 hour chart. Try and gauge where our support level is. Obviously, we're going to have some resistance up towards around 395 first before we can get back up towards around those highs, which would put you back up towards around 402.75. And I would say decent support on this play is going to be like 387.50 on Zoom. So let's keep ZM on watch over that 387.55 level. Again, this one has room for about $7 of upside potential. So if you invested $1,000 in the OCGN stock 1 year ago, here's how much you would have, blah, 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 blah. So OCGN, a nice little squeeze on the daily chart. We're starting to see that 20 EMA try and cross above the 50. Starting to get a nice little leg on up here on OCG, and definitely worth watching. You know, this one could definitely get back up towards around 868. We'll call that 875. 875 is just that rule for these penny stocks. So we would go like 875, and then we could possibly get up and fill that gap around 930. And if we ever break over the gap, maybe like 10 bucks on OCGN. And the only thing that I see right now is just a little bit of this uptrend we can throw on this play. So we'll add OCGN and keep it on watch. But right now, AHPI is the stock that has a majority of the attention, guys, right? OCGN's moving on up. Right? FULC's not doing anything. KXIN getting crushed. ZEV is very, very choppy, and IMV moving on down. So right now, the top two plays are going to be AHPI and OCGN. I know you guys are talking about EZGO. EZGO. Why is this moving on up? 808 Renewable Energy enters in cooperation agreement with EZGO. All right. So we have a credible reason for the stock to be moving on up. We see that we have a lot of decent upside potential here on this play. That lower shadow we need to get over, pretty much where we got halted at. We would then have room up towards around 386. We would then have room up towards around $4.30. So yeah, I mean, EZGO definitely has some opportunity here. Breaking over 386, this one can definitely squeeze and get halted again. It has room to $4.30, guys. Right now, 365 support off the halt area. 365 support off the halt area. Right there. I mean, it's really bouncing that 365. It's really trying to hold that halt level. If you are in this play, stops are like 358. Stops would be at like $3.58 on EZGO if you're in for the halt. Again, if it cracks below the halt level, it's probably going to get halted to the downside. So make sure you have a hard stop in the system. Make sure your finger's on the trigger. This thing can move quick, and if it cracks that halt level, watch for it to dump on off. Look at that. It just dumped on off on EZGO. You got to be smart. You got to be cautious. You got to know where to play stops on these types of plays. Right now, it's a little too messy. It's a little too choppy. Again, AHPI is the play, right? I do not want to continue to take my focus on some of these other stocks that really aren't doing much. AHPI right now is the #1 stock. AHPI right now is the #1 play, and we can definitely make some good profits here. So right now, let's go ahead and go to AHPI and just get it set, get it ready to go just in case we see an opportunity present itself, right? So we'll go ahead and just get everything ready to go just in case it presents itself. And right now on the small accounts, 50 shares would probably be where I'm at on the small account challenge. So again, I'm just getting everything ready in case we come across a good setup. BYND has not confirmed yet. Disney has not confirmed anything. Boeing, Coin, Apple though. Apple, guys. Apple's starting to get a little bit of this break out of this formation, right? So again, what did we say? We're just waiting for the confirmation. So right now, we're starting to see a little bit of that break above that trend line. So right now, where's our intraday support on Apple? Apple be a nice, slow, steady mover. Maybe go like Friday expirations or even next Friday expirations for a 150 call. And we would sit here and say maybe back down towards around 146.81 off those initial highs would be a good little level of support on this play. And we can see that that 146.81 had been a prior level of resistance, support. So that's a decent little level. Wait for the first pullback on Apple. Wait for the pullback to our level. We can look to go long, again, maybe next Friday calls on Apple up into the 150. So again, maybe next Friday, 150 strike. They're cheap. Look at them. They're dirt cheap. They're only 80 cents a pop. Even going a week out on Apple on the 150 strikes. They're only about 80 cents a pop, so they're cheap. And I do think we have some great opportunity on Apple. Just waiting for the pullback. Want to see these come down a little bit more in price. Maybe down towards around 65 to 70 cents each. And let's see if we have anything coming on up on Apple for some possible calls. Moderna. We just ran up from 400 to 500 in 2 days. We just ran 100 points. It's going to pull back. Right at $500 natural resistance, it's definitely going to pull back. So if you're looking at some puts, right? If you're looking at some puts, literally just look for something like this on mRNA. So you got 0.1 of the trend line, 0.2. You want to see this come through and put in a lower low, back into the third point. That's where you take your puts for that next leg down. So again, that's what I'd be looking at on mRNA, would just be a simple third point rejection off the downtrend for the next leg down. mRNA does have room down towards around 444 on mRNA, all right? If it ever breaks the downtrend, right? Let's say it rejects off 0.3, puts in a higher low and it breaks, you can look to take it back long to around $500 on mRNA. But right now, I mean, again, it just went from what? From $400, damn near, 411 all the way to 500 in literally a day and a half, 2 days. Again, it's going to pull back, and the pullback level is 444 over on mRNA. Again, we're just waiting for a pullback to get that entry on Apple. Is IMV still a good play? IMV? I don't like it. Not a fan right now. As long as it's holding above that $2 level, right? We said $2 is a pretty good level on IMV. As long as it's above 2, it's good to go, right? I mean, right now, intraday, it looks like crap. But again, as long as it holds above $2 and doesn't crack and close and continue to drop, I would say $2 is a decent entry. Maybe like a 15 to 20 cent stop loss, and you're looking for this to get up towards around the 240 to 245 if we actually bounce and if we hold on up. But right now, there's no signal for an entry long. We're just looking to see if it can hold above $2 on IMV. If it can hold above $2, and we can put in a higher high, and that higher high would be confirmed over that high here, like 204, that would signal a possible entry for a leg up. First target 220. 235 and then 245 here on IMV. But right now, it's still looking a little weak. I'm personally not touching it. Is OCGN shortable? OCGN. Head and shoulders formation here on OCGN. So you got a little bit of this head and shoulders formation. I went ahead and located a few shares on OCG in the short. It was really cheap. I paid like 10 bucks. So right now on OCGN, I may look for a possible short coming on up out of this little bit of this head and shoulders formation. Do not want to see it back over this 846, right? That left shoulder, if this is a head and shoulders, do not want to see it back over the 846 level. So right now, I'm just going to take a starter position just in case it stops me out at that 8 cents. It's not a big loss. I'm not going to take 2,000 shares right off the bat. But right now, looking for this head and shoulders for the leg down, back into those pre-market highs. Maybe like an 828 exit. Like an 828 exit here on OCGN out of a little bit of a head and shoulders formation that we're starting to see play on out. So right now, if we see it up into like the 850s, that's my exit. So I'm risking literally 5 to 6 cents on the trade. I'm risking like 50 to 60 bucks on the trade, and I'm looking for a nice little 20 to 25 cent pullback if we get the confirmation for this this head and shoulders. But I'm building my position right off the left shoulder in anticipation of the right shoulder forming for the crack on down. If I get stopped out, you know what? It's literally a $60 stop out. And I got stopped out, and that's that. 77 bucks. Nothing crazy. It was definitely worth the risk, as we had great reward with little risk on OCGN. And right now, the number one play is AHPI, guys. AHPI is the play that, you know, still a lot of traders are on right now. FSR, it's just a little bit of a, I mean, honestly, you got a little bit of this inverse head and shoulders formation starting to form with a little bit of a neckline right there. So back above 19, we could see it up towards around $20 next on FSR. So breaking over this this neckline out of this little bit of this inverse head and shoulders formation, watch for the higher low push back up to the high a day, maybe even up towards around $20 there on FSR. Stops would have to be below $18.50. So you'd have to risk, you know, $18.50, and you're looking for about possibly $1 to the upside, up towards around 20 bucks on FSR. Right now, AHPI is consolidating beautifully. Nice little ascending triangle formation right now on AHPI. Look for the break over 15 for that leg up towards around 16. Again, it has flat top resistance with these higher lows. That is an ascending triangle formation. So again, looking for this ascending triangle to play on out and see if we can get that break up towards around that 16.25 target there over on AHPI. Yeah, Nelson. Yeah, absolutely. AMC, potential inverse head and shoulders formation as well, right? So looking for that higher low, looking for the break of the neckline. That would also be a break of the VWAP. You would have some room up towards around 37 first target, which is right at the open, right around $37. Over 37, you could see it up towards around 37.68 on AMC. So again, AMC breaking the VWAP, breaking that neckline. Like Jay Nelson said, potential little bit of a inverse head and shoulders formation. Looking to get that pop. We have a little bit of volume starting to move on in here. So AMC, we need to see it just really shoot on through that 36.30 with no issues. Through 36.30, that's when we can see a lot of hype and a lot of action move in here to AMC and get it back up towards around $37. Apple's starting to pull back a little bit. I've just been sitting back and waiting on Apple for a possible, you know, maybe like a 147 pullback. So this has got to be the break here on AMC. Back below 36, it'll probably fade back into the 35.50s, maybe even the low 35s. Right now, this has got to be the point where we actually hold above 36 and get that 36.30 break if we're going to get that inverse head and shoulders formation. Right now, you can see it's fighting for it. But again, dropping back below 36, probably start fading a little bit back on down towards around the low 35s on AMC. Just need some volume here on AMC. Not really seeing that, you know, that big pop in volume that we want to see there on AMC. Yeah, ZEV is just absolutely getting squeezed. I mean, it's going to get halted right now on ZEV. So ZEV right now getting halted to the upside. I mean, out of nowhere, just got a nice big pop over those pre-market highs, and it just started rocking and rolling. So right now, we are currently halted at 1117 here on ZEV. So right now, number one play we're watching ZEV. Is there anything going on with FSR? I mean, possibly breaking the downtrend for that inverse head and shoulders formation. OCGN is not really doing too much, team. AHPI, it just needs to break over that 15 resistance. Then we have room to that 1625. FULC not doing anything right now. KXIN not doing too much. ZEV looking great. And IMV briefly losing $2 just to pop right back above. $2 is now support once again. As long as IMV holds above $2, guys, like I said, you have room back to the open at 220. That's about 10% on IMV that you could possibly lock in here. And you would only be risking about 7 cents on the play. So it's a great little 3-to-1 setup here on IMV. And right now it's early, guys. If you haven't taken a trade, if you're like, man, where's the trade? Where's it at? I want to trade. You're only 29 minutes into the market, right? Still early, guys. We still have a lot of time, right? We still have a good hour and a half before we really start to see this volume fade on off. So right now, we're just watching ZEV out of the halt. But right now, IMV above $2 could definitely get that nice little reversal. And honestly, IMV was something I've been looking at for a good majority of the day on IMV. It's such a low risk, decent reward play here on IMV that I may look to grab a couple shares here. But first things first, I got to check my settled cash. Okay, cool. So I do have 42 settled cash. So it's $2,000, so that's 1,000 on trade. All right. So again, IMV, again, it's a little, I don't know, like it has a decent little setup, but it just doesn't have a lot of activity and a lot of volume. It is a larger float play, and I said it's a good opportunity play for the small account. So let's do this. Let's just do a starter at 250 over on IMV. Do a little bit of a starter there at 250. Stops are going to be below the intraday low. So stops are going to be back below, right around that 193. Really wanting to see this hold above 2. Get that higher low reversal for that leg on up, back up to the open around 220. And then again, we breaking over 220, we have room to 235, and then we have room to 245 there on IMV. Larger float play, right? 76 million in float, but it does have good volume. It's trading 25 million shares. We've dropped below $2 momentarily, right back above 2. That's going to hold up as new support. Let's see if we can see some buyers move on in now to get this back up towards those highs, right? 220 to 225, first target here on IMV. And let's see if we can make a couple bucks here. So my cost basis right now is 205. So right now my cost basis is 205 here. And we're going to go ahead and put a hard stop in the system, right? Got to go ahead and put that hard stop at 193. So let's do that. So we're going to sell 250 stop 193, and we'll slowly bring it up when we see fit. Again, I don't expect it to pop over VWAP on the first attempt. Possible pop, get rejected, pull back, and then possibly get the break over the VWAP. Oh my goodness. All right, we're getting a lot of action, guys. Some of these stocks, look at FULC. Now that's halted to the upside. So a lot of these plays that had some news this morning that initially fading on off, right now around 10 o'clock, getting some great action, getting some great volume, right? ZEV, right around that 10 o'clock mark, getting some great action, getting some great volume. FULC, right now currently halted to the upside as well. So right now, a lot of these plays that had some decent news this morning, starting to get some nice action here. KXIN doesn't look good at all. I'm taking that one off the watch list. ZEV will be live at 10:03:24. So right now you should be live on ZEV. All right, this is a 5-minute halt. There you're live. Not a substantial gap up. But again, it has room to 1173 next. But not a real substantial gap up, and that's why I don't trade those when it's just a little teeny weeny gap up, right? I'm not a big fan of trading those. Right now, I'm sitting back on my hands on ZEV. Again, it's just a little too risky buying right here out of that halt. FULC was halted at 10:02:51. You're looking at 10:07:51. So you still have about 3 to 4 minutes here on FULC. IMV, right into the VWAP. Like I said, I don't really expect it to break on the first attempt. I expect it to get rejected, pull back, and then set up for a possible break of that VWAP here. But right now, it is up just a little bit. It's up just a little bit here on IMV. The only play that's really confirmed with options was Apple. But Apple, I'm still just kind of waiting for a little bit more of a pullback, guys. Again, I'm just being patient with these. You got to really just try and nail those options entries. So right now, I'm still looking for a pullback down towards around that 146.81. That's where I like Apple at, and that's where I'm looking to possibly get involved. Back down towards around the 146.81 level. So possible halt strategy here on FULC. Right now we have bids at 393. So it doesn't really look like it's going to gap up right now. Right now at this point in time. Doesn't look like it's really going to gap on up. So right now, again, FULC, the closer we get to it being live, again at 10:07:51, you have still about 2 minutes to go here on FULC. We'll see what we look like from the bids and see if we can get a nice little pop here. So right now, team, you know, we had a lot of things moving right out of the gate. Right now, we had AHPI trying to get that ascending triangle. It failed. And this is where we're going to talk a little bit about market maker price action. AHPI is a prime example of your typical market maker price action. All right. So I would expect to see AHPI break 15. If this is true market maker price activity, right, you'll see it resume its trend over 15. you'll probably see it pop all the way up towards around 16 bucks there on AHPI. All right, you got about a minute to go on FULC. FULC have bids at 14 right now. So bids right now are right around 14 bucks there on FULC. Now it's at 13.93. So right now at this point in time, with 30 to 40 seconds to go, doesn't really look like it's going to get some hype. Doesn't really look like it's going to gap up. Yo, Wes, where you been? What you doing? My goodness, man, it's been a minute. I miss you. So Apple's starting to pull back for us a little bit here. FULC is going to be live in about 7 seconds, guys. Right now I got bids at 14. We want to see a 20 to 30 cent gap up, ideally. 20 to 30 cent gap up, minimum. And it didn't gap up. I'm not touching FULC. Could it break and squeak? Yeah, it's just too risky because it could drop and halt to the downside. So right now, you had ZEV halted, and then it just got pretty choppy, right? FULC halted, no gap up. Right now, it's probably going to be just a little choppy. AHPI, this one right here, looking to see if we get the break over 15, and if it does, then that's going to be our lesson topic of the day. A prime example of market maker price action, market maker price activity, right? Again, and how you can spot it on any stock, any market, any time frame. Again, I've been doing a lot of research and a lot of due diligence on this to train myself and educate myself. And this is exactly what you typically see. So we'll do a lesson on AHPI today. And again, maybe it helps you with your edge. So yeah, both ZEV and FULC were halted, but right now both of those plays just losing a little bit of activity right now. And AHPI, a slight new high a day up towards around 15.38. Really want to see this holding above 15 bucks now and continue to get that, rip and run up towards around 16. And so we may, while the market's kind of just a little slower, we may do a quick little 2 to 3 minute introduction to that market maker price action, right? And that's, AHPI is just an absolute prime example of that lesson there. So again, I can't wait to do that with you guys and share what I've learned with you. And hopefully it helps you guys out and helps strengthen, your edge in the market. So right now, again, there's stuff moving in the market, right? AHPI is moving, right? A little slow and steady. FULC, nice pop. Right now, just a little choppy. ZEV, nice big move. Right now, it's a little choppy. Again, there's movement. There's opportunity. But is there a plus opportunity for the small account? Do we see any 80-20 setups at this point in time? No. I don't see any A+ opportunities at this time. I see good scalping opportunities. Nail the bottom, take it for a quick 30-40 cents. Boom, in and out, done. Couple $100. I do not see any 80-20 A+ setups that I really want to put my small account behind, besides that little starter position on IMV as it's back above $2. We'll see if buyers can hold this above 2 and get that next leg up off the possible higher low. But again, looking at what we have right now, ZEV, a good small account strategy, a small account setup. It's squeezing, but you had one reason to take that trade. It was a 9 EMA pullback. Again, we have to be extremely disciplined and find the best of the best 80-20 setups. 2 to 3 separate reasons to take a trade. ZEV was one separate reason to get in off the 9 EMA pullback, right? Definitely not a small account trade in my opinion. FULC, this one could be the same thing that we just saw, right, on ZEV. Nice little 9 EMA pullback after the halt. Watch for a nice big pop here over on ZEV as it is trying to hold above that level of resistance. New support right around 1346. This one had to have room up towards around 1450 over on FULC. So keep that one on watch above the 9 EMA. It could definitely pop on up like ZEV just did off that leg up. Consolidation, 9 EMA, big time move. FULC, nice big rip, pulling back, consolidating, looking for a possible pop off that 9 EMA for about $1 move to the upside. So there's your FULC, pull back to the 9 EMA, right up to 1450. There you guys have it. 2-to-1 setup, FULC. Again, it's not a small account trade though. It's not. There was 1 to 2 reasons behind the trade. I want to find 3 to 4. I want to find 3 to 4. But FULC, mwah. There you go. $1 move to the upside off the 9 EMA. And again, you're looking at 2-to-1 setup. You knew your profit target was $1. You could have placed stops at 13. You guys were all set ready to rock and roll there. So if you guys grabbed FULC off that 9 EMA pullback, we were comparing it to ZEV. How ZEV squeezed to the upside, it halted, didn't really do anything, consolidated to the 9 EMA, and then squeezed. FULC, big move to the upside. It got halted, didn't do anything, pulled back, consolidated into the 9 EMA, and also off of that prior resistance level of 1346, which was new support. Same thing happened. Nice little move right there. Looks like we may start to see a nice little higher low reversal on IMV. So right now watching IMV here for that possible reversal to possibly get this one going. Slow and steady mover. IMV announced final top line results for their ovarian cancer trial. So again, IMV does have good news and IMV has yet to really get any kind of action. So I'm looking at possibly averaging into IMV here with 500 shares total. And then still placing my stops at that 193. So my cost basis right now is 204. So we'll go back in here and do a stop with the new 500 share position. We'll do that 193 stop as before. We'll sell it. So we're going to go sell 500, stop 193. Let's go ahead and get that in the system. And let's see if we're going to get that higher low push here above 2 on IMV. Again, it's in line with my my risk that I can afford on my small account. You know, if I get stopped out, it'd be like 50 to 60 bucks. I can technically afford $160 losses, but that doesn't mean I'm going to put myself in a position to lose $160 on a trade. I'm okay with 50 to 60 bucks, get a nice little 2-to-1 setup out of it, make $100 on the small account. That's what I'm looking for. Just a nice little base hit there. OCGN just kind of slow and steady. Just slow and steady to the upside. FULC, getting a little messy right now. ZEV, trying to hold on up here. But again, man, I tell you what. I'm not a fan of buying plays at the high day. I'm just not a fan of buying stocks at the high day. But if we guys are in ZEV, right? If you guys are in ZEV and you're like, okay, Josh, how high can this one go? You have room up towards around $12.80 next. Right around $12.80 is where you have room there on ZEV if you guys are still in this. Realistically, you don't want to see it dropping back below 1161. You want to see it continue the uptrend. Higher high, higher low. Higher high, higher low. We need to get a higher high here, and that would give you some good strength up to that 1280. FULC getting the first pullback into the prior high. Again, ZEV and FULC kind of moving the same, right? ZEV was the first pop, consolidation, big time move. FULC, nice pop, consolidation, next leg up. What did ZEV do? It's pulling back into the prior high and keeping that momentum, right? I'm not comparing the stocks. They're completely different, but they're kind of following suit a little bit, right? So again, pop, pullback. Where is this pulling back to? The 90 EMA for the second time. Not bad. Into that prior high, into that pre-market low, right around 1394 support. That would be an entry. That would be a great entry for the next leg up to 15. Placing your stops at like 1475. Looking for a nice little dollar move to the upside. I mean, that's a 4-to-1 setup. FULC definitely starting to set up a little bit for you guys. Off a simple pullback into the 90 EMA, off that prior high. And that prior high was also that low point right around 1394 from pre-market. So it's not terrible, guys. Not terrible whatsoever on FULC if you think we can get that next leg up into 15 bucks. Those are profits. Those are some profits. All right, another scan through some of these option plays. You know, we've had about, what, 50 minutes into the market. Still just kind of watching BYD, still watching Disney before and after earnings. Boeing's having a decent little day. It's up, you know, $2. I mean, it's a whopping 1%. And again, we're watching that one coming into that downtrend from our channel. Coin, never got confirmation for an entry in Apple. I'm still waiting for the pullback to see if we can maybe grab an entry there in Apple. IMV, it's stair-stepping its way up. It's got to break over the VWAP. I put my stops under that prior low. So right now, the only reason I brought my stop up is because if we do not put in that higher high here and actually reverse, it could just be consolidating in a bearish fashion for that next leg down. So again, I have my stops right underneath that low, right around 198, which is also a crack of this potential uptrend that we have on IMV as well. So that's how I'm managing my trade there on IMV, giving it a chance to get that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze and possibly get that run up towards around 220. ZEV starting to pull on back a little bit. ZEV, you can look for a dip buy, right? A dip buy, that's a quick in and out, down towards around 1080. If it gets slammed down to 1080, look to get a limit order filled, take it for 20-30 cents, lock in a couple bucks on a quick dip buy here on ZEV, right? It's a very volatile stock. It's moving pretty good. ZEV is, I mean, it's a 31 million in float stock, so you can definitely get a nice little bounce. FULC is really grinding that prior high in that 9 EMA. Again, guys, there's a lot of momentum here. So what you could do, once again, is again, you could be buyer at 14, stops underneath that 1375 level, looking for that next leg up. Again, it's, I mean, 25 cents of risk with potentially $1 of reward, and FULC is definitely trying to hold its gains here. Holding its gains better than ZEV. Very slow now, right? It is pretty slow. It is just a little slow, right? I mean, some nice action right out of the gate. Now everything's kind of sitting sideways, right? FULC dropping out of the gate. Nice big move. This is the only play that I see right now that looks good for that leg up would be FULC. ZEV, again, kind of stagnant out of the gate. Nice big move. Now it's starting to give a lot of its profits back. IMV dropping out of the gate, but now it's starting to stair step its way, looking for a possible break over that VWAP to actually get some movement here in IMV. And again, we have some decent news on this play as well. It's a larger float, slower and steadier play. Definitely not something that's going to rip a dollar in a minute, but something that could slowly grind its way throughout the day and give us some nice profits and some good reward. All right, team. So right now on IMV, we're just kind of sitting back and being patient, looking to see if we can, possibly get that setup. OCGN just really took on off. OCGN just took on off right into the 875 level. I mean, over 875, your next target on OCGN, if you guys are in, is $9.30. So, Heroic. MYO moving on earnings. Yeah, so we got MYO gapping up, pushing off earnings. I mean, right now it is above that 965. And 965 is a pretty key level. Not only is it daily resistance and daily support that's been valid, lots of times. It's right around that 50 SMA and the 200 SMA right now. So if MYO can still trade above 965, I don't think it's done. I still think we have a lot of potential here on MYO. So right now, I really wouldn't want to see it down below that 965. We would have opportunity back to the high a day, and then room up towards around 1109 on MYO. So MYO definitely doesn't look bad at all. I just think we need a little bit more volume on the play, right? I think we just need a little bit more volume to move in to MYO. So far, we've only traded 500,000 shares, right? So we don't really have a lot of volume on MYO. And don't get me wrong, 500,000 shares is a lot for this play, right? I mean, it really never really trades more than 100K. So, I mean, MYO, 500,000 shares is decent for MYO, but we still want to see a little bit more volume, pour into this play. I mean, it's a low float stock. It's 5 mil. I just think we need to see some more traders come on over, migrate over to MYO, and we can really start to see this rip and run. It's a former runner as well. This stock ran all the way towards around $18 back in February. So again, this stock has ran in the past. So right now we're watching MYO above 965. That's your level of support, right? Down below that, you'll probably see it just fade back towards around $9. And OCGN is just not slowing down. OCGN just getting a lot of hype towards it right now, guys. Again, you have that room to 930 over that 875. So again, your top stocks that you should be watching right now. MYO, just be mindful that there's not a lot of volume. You can see it taper on and dump off pretty quick. We want to see this trading above 965. As long as we can trade above 965, we have potential to 1030, potential to $11. OCGN. Yeah, you just broke over that 875 level, right? Where's your pullback level right now? You have room to pull back to 875. Then you have room to $9.30. AHPI. All right, anything here? It's just very stagnant. It's very slow, very steady. There's not a lot of opportunity right now on AHPI. FULC, the trade worked. Congratulations, you guys hit target right around that 1550. So if anybody was taking FULC, good job. Congratulations. You nailed the first one. If you missed it, you were able to nail the second one, lock in some great profits. Awesome job. Awesome work. ZEV, looking for this to slowly come down and bounce and then start the new trend higher, right? So again, what you want to see, it could be a textbook head and shoulders. I mean, it could be a textbook head and shoulders on ZEV, right? But again, you still have potential to get that next leg up. So you could have a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. So keep it on watch. If you get rejected off 1161, that left shoulder, do not go long. Don't go long. It's probably going to come and crack and move lower. However, if this play can come on down and bottom and level off and we can get some action and break that left shoulder. You can definitely get back up towards around $12.11. Your next target would be $12.80 there on ZEV. IMV. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Really wanting to see this hold above the VWAP now. Really wanting to see it move up higher off the VWAP. Nice stair stepping. Here's the nice thing, right? Nice little downtrend. Starting to see the reversal. We got the higher high confirmation. We closed with volume. So right now, as long as it builds the higher lows, it's in play. My stop is still underneath that low point right here. I want to see a higher low, maybe another higher high. Then I can bring my stop loss up. Right now, we're up about $28. 33 bucks on the play. 38 bucks. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Slow and steady right now on IMV. I still think we have some good room towards around, the open. Maybe 220. A possible pop up to around like 225. Definitely an area that I want to lock in a little bit of profit on IMV. So again, I'm just being patient with IMV. Again, it's a larger float play. We said from the get-go this morning, slow and steady, maybe an all-day mover on IMV. It's going to be a slow, steady play. MDIA halted to the upside. What's up with MDIA? Right off the bat, when you see a stock halted, your eyes go where? News. Why is the stock moving? Right? Don't see any news. Look at the daily chart. It's been a slow grinder for the past few weeks. But look at how many upper shadows it has. Something to be mindful of. It popped on the 29th. Gave everything back. It popped on the 2nd. Gave everything back. It popped yesterday. Gave everything back. So just because it's halted, you have to do your due diligence. Look at how many times it gives its gains back. There's no news. What do you think is going to happen? It's probably going to give some of its gains back. Wouldn't you guys think? It's probably going to give some of its gains back. So just be mindful of that. Just be mindful that, again, historically, over the last 3 attempts to get a leg up, it's given its gains back. It's given those profits back. So right now we have the high, the low. We have not a higher high. That was the higher high. That could be a short-term high or low. So stops, I could probably get stops break even now and still giving it, enough breathing room over on IMV. Going from a trade with risk to a risk-free trade. We're above VWAP. Really want to see it holding above the VWAP. I think we can go ahead and get those stops right at break even and be safe. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for me personally. I like taking my trades to risk-free trades any chance I can get. Any chance I can get to go risk-free, I'm going risk-free, right? I still think we have potential above VWAP to get a quick pop, right? Another maybe 5 to 6 cents to the upside. That's where I want to start locking in a little bit of profit. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that stop loss out of the system. I'm going to go ahead and go here to 250 shares. Stop, 193. Let's just go ahead and get 250 stop, 193. And we're going to take that to break even. So right now I have 250 shares at break even. Now I'm going to go ahead and go another 250 shares, but I'm going to start moving this. 212, sell, enter. And I'm going to start slowly bringing that stop loss up to take profit. It's $50 on the small account. Let's go, right? It's not bad whatsoever. So right now I do have a stop in just in case we get some action. I can continue just to drag this up, Honestly, I may want to put it to like 208. But I want to keep it tight to at least lock in a little bit, and then I may move this one up to 208 and just lock in, the little bit of profit that we do have on this IMV trade. Right now, so I have that 212 stop. Probably looking to get stopped out here at 212 on that 250 shares, which is okay. Profit's profit. Never get upset with green. Never get upset with profit, guys. All right, going from a trade with risk to now a 1-to-1, and that's why I'm starting to lock in profit, because I'm at a 1-to-1. Right, I was risking about 9 cents. Right, and I got about 9 cents of profit. So now I went ahead and locked in a little bit there, right? I was able to lock in 20 bucks, and I still have 250 shares on the table. If I get stopped out, hey, $20 is $20. It's a small account, right? Imagine this being 2,500 shares. Imagine your account being 10x'd, and you slowly scaled from 500 share position to say a 5,000 share position. You know what that would have been in profit? Maybe about $500, $600, $700. And your investment would only been $10,000. It's not a lot on a margin account. 10 grand, 5,000 shares. It's a $10,000 investment. You get 10 to 15 cents out of it. You're not just making 40 to 50 bucks. You're making 400 to 500 bucks. So again, it's all about consistency. If you can be consistent with a small amount of money, with trading it correctly, moving your stops up, analyzing the chart, assessing your size, if you can do that consistently for 6 months, when those accounts grow and you have more capital to trade with, and you start taking 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 share positions, right? You're gonna be able to take those trades consistently like you did with your smaller account. Now you're not making 30, 40 bucks. You're making $300 to $400, but you have to establish that consistency first. So right now the 9 EMA is at 210, the VWAP is at 211, that prior low is at 209. I'm going to 209 on my stop. I'm gonna go 209 because I still want to secure my profit and at least have a decent little $30 to $40 winner for the small account. I mean, it's not a lot, but again, it's the concept of consistency, guys. It's just about being consistent, that's all. Right now, let's see if we have enough momentum and enough strength to continue to drag this to the upside. I might even go like 208. So let's just go a 208 stop here. That's technically putting it right underneath that low at 209, going 208. I think that's a good level for a stop. Still make a couple bucks on the trade. Yep, AHPI 1610. You know, about 15 cents away from that 1625. IMV, we're starting to see that 9 EMA try and cross above the VWAP, right? And we do have VWAP support. We can see that buyers are trying to hold on up. So let's see if IMV can start getting some nice action. We have a runner on the table now. I would love to keep that runner to see if we can continue to grind throughout the day and continue to lock in some great profits here on IMV. But if it stops me out, we go and find another good A+ setup. ZEV just completely getting destroyed right now. IMV still looking okay at this point in time, guys. So right now, IMV is the small account trade of the day. It is currently up about 6 to 7%. So if you look at it from a percentage standpoint, I mean, it's pushing 10% return. You're slowly getting the 10%. If you can average 5% a day on your small account, right? If you can average 5% a day on your small account consistently, and you compound that out over a year, 2, 3 years, you'll see substantial growth. Hey, Catherine! Catherine, are you in chat? Catherine! Catherine! I know you're here. You're gonna be proud of me, Catherine. Guess what I decided to do this morning? Guess what I decided to do this morning, Catherine? Guess what? I said, no more vapes. I'm done. I'm done. No more. But I still got to get my fix, which is okay, right? I'm not inhaling all this shit. So, you know what? You said something to me last week. Why don't you just do it? And I said I didn't have the motivation. And I said, you know what? I can give myself the motivation. I can give myself the desire to quit. It's not healthy. I don't want to do it in the house. My daughter. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. I'm going to let you guys hold me accountable. Done. Quit. I said no more. Don't need it. I didn't have a desire, but I forced the desire upon me to quit. So again, I don't know why I decided to bring that up. Maybe you can apply that to trading. Maybe you don't have a desire to do something, but you can force that desire upon yourself to get that motivation and that urge to do something, right? With anything in life, especially with trading, you guys are good. Everyone gets a free year of chat if you vape again. Cole, okay, you know what's cool? You want to see something cool? Cole, watch the message box. What did you say, Cole? What did you say? What's awesome? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I didn't see anything. All right, back to being serious, guys. Back to being serious. Josh just deletes his message. So right now, not liking the possible double top we have. Right now, I'm putting my stops, again, they're right below the VWAP, guys. So the VWAP right now, and we're losing volume too, so that's another thing I want to point out. Look, we're slowly losing a lot of volume here along this push. So right now, we do have this nice stair-stepping price action. My stops are right now under the VWAP. So I'm going like that 209 to 210 stop on the play. Still trying to be patient to see if we can get that nice push and continue to get that break over 220. So right now, if we start to see a transition, right, we start to curl from the higher highs and the higher lows, and we start to see a possible lower high, and we start to see that lower low form, I'm cutting it. I'm taking the profits that I have. We're going to call it a great day for the small account. You know, that'd be maybe like a $40 to $50 trade. Guys, I mean, that's $1,000 a month if you can do that consistently. That's not bad growth on a small account for month one. So I'm glad we actually were able to find a decent little small account trade here on IMV. Again, just being patient, large float play, slow and steady. It's easy to manage. We're not over here stressing out because it's moving $1 at a time, right? Slow and steady and easily manageable. So right now, IMV, it's not doing all that bad, guys. Not doing all that bad whatsoever. Right now, it's, you know, it's like 5%, 6% return. It's nothing crazy. It's not a big time runner. It's not a big time mover. But again, I know we have some new traders in chat, and new traders want the slower and steadier movers, not the ones that can take you out in 2 seconds. The ones that you can sit here and manage it, slow and steady, being patient with the trade, all that good stuff. So IMV was a really good small account trade, and that's why we went ahead and broke it down, and that's why we went ahead and, you know, entered the position. Slow and steady, baby. Slow and steady. And as you guys become more comfortable, I want you guys to tell me, hey, this is where I'm at. This is my comfort level. This is my confidence level. And as we slowly progress in this challenge and the team builds more confidence, right, and comfortability with trading, we're slowly going to go into different types of strategies and different types of setups. They are more risky setups, but they're higher reward setups as well. But I want to make sure that you have that initial consistency down before we dive into the more advanced stuff. And that's later on through that small account challenge. All right. But again, I want to get all of your feedback, everybody's feedback as far as where you guys are at, your confidence level as we progress during this challenge. So right now, still looking good, still looking great. I'm kind of tempted to lock in those profits, guys. Kind of tempted, but again, I want to give it a few more moments to see if it is strong enough to break $2.20. Absolutely, Emmanuel, 809, 100%. I will absolutely do that for you. And what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to put a hard stop in, and I'm going to get those profits off the table. Again, manage your trade the way you want. If you want to, again, you take profit and you want to have a hard stop at break even, and that's what you guys want to do, that's what you guys do, right? Again, we talked about the setup, we talked about the entry, stops, targets, reasonings, right? I'm at a 2-to-1 right now, right? Right now, from a 204 entry and getting out at 214, that's 10 cents a profit, right? I wasn't risking that much. I was risking about 10 cents. I'm at a 1-to-1. All right, so I'm at a 1-to-1, and right now, again, for the small account, it's all about locking in profits and being consistent. So if I get stopped out here at 213, I'm still walking away with 10 cents of profit on average, which again would put me right about $45 on the small account. And that's something that I want to do for my account. If you guys are like, you know what, Josh, I think we could run the 3. I think we can go to 250. I want to leave my stop at break even. That's your plan. Trade your plan. Just because I'm looking to get out doesn't mean you need to look to get out. All right? Everybody trades differently. I like to lock in my profits quick, and my bad for the lawnmowers outside. Tuesdays are those days. Tuesday lawnmower days. And honestly, I should probably go 211 on that stop. I should honestly, actually 212 on that stop is where I should actually be putting it. I mean, again, this stock did just go from a low to a high. I mean, it went about 23 cents. We haven't really seen any kind of big time pullback, and we are overextended off this uptrend. So looking at it, it could definitely come back down towards around 207 to 208 before getting that next leg up. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and secure the profits that I have just in case that happens. If it doesn't happen, we're good to go. We still have some size on the table. If it does pull back, hey, guess what? We could look for another possible entry, right? We could look to buy the dip even lower. Let's see if it's going to pop here. And that probably stopped me out. And I'm out of the trade. Small account winner. I'll take it. And that was on ticker IMV. And IMV was 32 bucks. I'll take it. Consistency is consistency. 32 bucks on the small account. And again, I probably could have grabbed 1,000 shares of the play, right? But I didn't. I didn't take 1,000 shares. But based on my account, I probably could have grabbed 1,000 shares of that play. And perfect time to go ahead and get out, team. Perfect time to go ahead and take those profits and lock them in. It's still early on, so maybe we have some opportunity, guys. Maybe we have another little small account trade that we can take advantage of and see some better profits. But hey, that was a slow, steady mover, but it was a profitable one as well. FULC is just nothing but momentum, guys. FULC is just all momentum to the upside. Just beautiful, beautiful trend right here on FULC. So one thing you can do is grab a trend line and just run it off the lows, right? Watch for the stock to pull back into that prior high. Also that uptrend, that would be a great possible entry on FULC. So FULC is the #1 stock that I want you guys watching, excuse me, right now. ZEV, that one looks pretty much done for. It's back below the 200 SMA. Nothing really going on there. AHPI, we'll still keep it on watch, but right now it's just a little iffy. OCGN is losing some volume, a little choppy, and then MYO is not doing too much. So right now, FULC is the #1 stock to watch. Let me get you the link to the course real quick before I forget. And there you are. That is a link to the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. As long as IMV holds above the uptrend, it still is bullish to the upside. So as long as it holds the uptrend, we are in a nice little uptrend, right? We have the higher highs and the higher lows. So as long as it's holding above like 207, IMV could still get some action. But hey, we took it for about 10 to 12 cents to the upside. Not a great trade. It's not a super profitable trade, but it was a consistent trade. Definitely what we needed to do for those small accounts. Yeah, MYO, we were talking about MYO above 965. It bounced and it popped up towards around 10. 965 is the level that it needs to stay above. But look at the volume. It's just not really looking all that great here intraday. I mean, very scattered, very choppy, very light volume play. Again, volume equals activity. Activity equals profit, right? We want to find a stock with volume because that tells us that there's traders and there's better opportunity to make profits. So right now, MYO is just not really one of those stocks that are like, oh my gosh, I want to trade it. So there's IMV off the trend line, right? So again, as long as IMV is holding this trend line, you guys are good. So if you're looking for another entry, you'd be probably entering right now. You'd be putting stops below the trend line, maybe like 205. And your first target would be 220. So right off the bat, it's a 2-to-1 setup. Risking 5 cents, looking for 20 on IMV. Again, slow and steady mover. Is Boeing doing good today? Yeah, Boeing's doing really good. Again, this was a day that I wanted to observe it, right? We had that squeeze formation that signals some bullishness, but we're still in this falling channel, which signals some bearishness. So again, I'm waiting for the confirmation, long or short. That's it. I'm just waiting for the confirmation, whether that's long or short, to really get involved with Boeing. Let's go look at some of our swing trades that we had on our swing trade watch list and see if anything stands out to us as far as maybe some upcoming swings. Oh, Apple gave a lot back right there. So Apple popped, but right back down below. So now I'm thinking more to the downside, right? I mean, that was a pretty nasty pullback. So what happened? When did this start selling off? Right around 1024. Did we have any news that came out? Did we have anything that come out to really signal that? Or how's the SPY looking right now? The SPY started getting a little top heavy and moved down. So obviously we're going to see stocks like Apple, stocks like Disney. Actually, no, it was just Apple. The SPY got a nice little dumpy dump to it, and Apple is following suit really, really well. So we look at Apple on like a 4-hour chart. I mean, we're still inside of this this triangle. We attempted the break, but then we just got hit really, really hard. So now I'm thinking, hey, we might be good for the puts on Apple. We were looking at 150 2 weeks out, and those are back down to 55 now. So good thing we weren't buying those and we weren't chasing those, because those are down about $30 per contract now over on Apple. Right now, still just kind of sitting back and watching. How's BT looking? I think BT, we still have room down towards around like $12 over the next week or so. So yeah, Nvidia getting hit hard. Obviously AMD selling off. We see Apple kind of following suit with the SPY. Let's go through our options watch list real quick. mRNA, anything there? No, we said we have some room to really fade on off. Again, we said third point of the trend line. Again, there was your third point, and you could have grabbed about, oof, my goodness. Whoever got maybe like mRNA puts, we said wait for the third point of the downtrend. That was right around 475, and that thing $10 quickly. So that would have been a very profitable trade on those options on mRNA. Again, just kind of looking through some of the options that we have on our options watch list. See if anything just really like stands on out to us. And, you know, honestly, right now, I'm not really seeing too much that's like, oh my gosh, I have to trade it right now. No. Yeah, OCGN won't stop. OCGN will not stop whatsoever. So right now we have OCGN. That's our number one watch coming into the lunch hours. AHPI looking a little weak at this time. FULC, it came right down to that prior high. It did bounce about 50 cents and then just cracking really hard. So we're starting to see a lot of volume leaving the market right now. So right now, I mean, I think we're on it, right? OCGN right now. OCGN next target 930 if you guys are in. Breaking over 930, it does have room to 10. Be nice to see a pullback into that prior high, right around the 875-ish level, 889, 875 for a pullback for that leg up. See if we can get that, you know, nice big move today up towards around $10. Absolutely, Casey. Learning from my mistakes yesterday. Thanks for running through the trade. 100%, man. That's what we're here for. We're all one big happy family, one big team of traders here to support one another and help each other become successful. So absolutely, I'm glad that you were able to learn from that and not make the same mistakes today. And I hope to see some profit from you, man. So far, nothing in profits chat. So I'll go ahead and start. Like I told you yesterday, I'm going to annoy the crap out of everybody until everybody is just consistently throwing profits in profits chat. I will annoy you 100 times a day. So again, profits and profits chat. I know we had some great trades. IMV was a nice little base hit for the small account. AHPI out of the gate, that was a quick one. And then ZEV wasn't bad at all. So Apple is getting right into the point where we may start to get some confirmation for some possible puts on down towards around 142. So if we went to like 2 weeks out, 142 puts, they're still really cheap. They're only $60 a piece. So right now, kind of just looking to see if we get some confirmation today. Maybe grab some puts for a nice little multi-day swing trade here on Apple. That's what I'm talking about. Was literally in the same position today and took some profits. Now, going back and looking at the stock, Casey, did that stock continue to move higher? Or did it actually come on back down to where it would have been a loser? So here in about 6 minutes, we're going to dive into a recap. We're going to recap our IMV small account trade. And we're going to recap a couple of these larger account trades. Then we're going to dive into a little bit of a afternoon lesson. So I'm going to do another poll for the afternoon lesson. All right? So what lesson do you guys want to do today? So we'll go ahead and start the poll now, and at least get an idea for around 11:30 when we dive into that lesson. So lesson topic for the day, we can do stock selection, which again, I'm pretty sure all you guys know how to go through and do proper stock selection because you've been listening to the pre-market commentary stream for the last 5 months, and we do that every single morning. So it'd be stock selection, right? Or we can do market maker price action, just so you can kind of maybe add that to your book and maybe increase that that edge a little bit. Or we can talk about what's another good lesson topic, guys? So far I have, stock selection, market maker price action. Is there anything else you want me to add to the poll for a lesson topic? And then we'll go ahead and get some votes going and see what you guys want to talk about today. And so Pancake, this is kind of like what we talked about with Casey yesterday, right? When you're up in profits like that, always being disciplined to take those profits. So this is not something to beat yourself up with, right? This is something to learn from. Take this as a learning lesson, right? You were up 8K, now you're up 900 bucks. Here's the positive thing. You're still up $900 on the trade. That's good profits. Nothing like 8K, but you're still in the green. So that's number one. That's positive, right? You're still green. Now take this as a learning lesson, right? What could you do different for next time? Right? Where did you go wrong? Where should you have taken profits? And make that something that you think about every single day. Every single day, think about that coming into it. Man, mRNA, I could have locked in $8,000 of profits, but I locked in 900 bucks. I need to take profits quicker. right? I need to be bringing those stop losses up to always secure those profits when I'm up substantially like that. Again, this was like a same topic with Casey in chat yesterday. And guess what? He comes into the market with that fresh mindset of, hey, when I'm up, stops at break even, locking in profits, securing those profits, not being greedy, and letting my winner go to a break even trade or even a loser. So we take these mistakes as learning lessons to motivate ourselves, to create reminders and rules, to become better traders tomorrow, to always level up each and every day, learning from these mistakes and taking the positives from the negatives to prevent those mistakes from happening again in the future. So again, next time you would be up like that, the first thing you're gonna remember is mRNA. Man, I could have locked in 8K. I'm up 6-7 grand now. Let's go ahead and lock it up just so I don't give those profits back. So right now, we're going to go ahead and throw a poll out there, ladies and gentlemen. A poll for lesson topic of the day. So you guys should see the poll pop through here momentarily. Nope, let me go ahead and re-add it real quick. It did not accept it, so one moment. Actually, it's in there. It's in there. No, that was yesterday. So let's go ahead and add a poll. We're going to do lesson topic of the day. And we're going to do stock selection. We're going to do market maker price action. So stock selection or market maker price action for the lesson. And it's 11:00. We'll do it for 10:58. So, kapow! All right, you guys should see that poll pop through here momentarily. Go ahead and cast your votes. And we'll see what you guys want to do today for a lesson topic. Topics are right here in poll chat. Right up here, you see a little red dot in polls. So again, lesson topic for the day, market maker price action or stock selection. Go ahead and cast your vote. And we will go, oh, everybody's like voted. They're like, hey, we're just going to go ahead and do market maker price action. Let's just do that. Hopefully I can find a good example. If not, we'll get out our handy dandy paint tool and we'll paint around a little bit. We'll have some fun. Ah, I see what you're saying. If you would have held it longer, you would be up $8,000. Gotcha. But hey, here's the good thing, my man. You locked in $900, right? You locked in some profits. It could have went against you. It could have been a loser. Could have been a break even. At least you secured some profits. Now, what I would do is work on scaling out of your position maybe, right? Maybe that's something as a learning lesson. Man, I could have locked in 8K. I locked in 9. So how do we take some positives from that, right? All right, let's practice and work on scaling out of my positions. Let's scale out more efficiently to where I can still leave some size on the table for a runner just in case we get some moves like mRNA to where I could really rock and roll and possibly make a few extra $1,000 on the trade. Yeah, Moderna, mRNA was just a really simple third point of the trend line. So a really simple third point of the trend line. You could have initially took profits, put stops at break even. You would have never been stopped out at break even. And this thing is still moving lower from an entry right around 474. It's down almost 20 points. So, I mean, those options, even if you were shorting the play, you're making some good profits right now on mRNA. I expect to see, maybe a 2-day pullback back down to the 444, right? Continue to see it sell off today, maybe level around 444 tomorrow, then get the next leg up here on mRNA. So it is 11:01 in the market, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and do a quick little trade recap for the small account challenge, day number 7, and then diving into the large account, currently up $500. So 1 for 1 today on the small account was on ticker IMV. We're really just going to talk about the entries, the stops, the reasonings, the targets, everything like that. Again, why did we take the trade? Why did we sell when we sold? Why were stops where they were at? So really diving through this ticker, IMV. Why were we even watching it today out of the gate? Well, at 7 o'clock this morning, IMV drops a really good press release that they announced final top-line results of their clinical trial for ovarian cancer. If we know anything about press releases, guys, we know we're looking for hot keywords, right? So right here, what do we have on IMV, right? IMV, final top-line results, all right? Not meeting primary endpoints, but they're announcing their final top-line results from their clinical trial. That's a good keyword. We don't have it in here, but that's a 3-star keyword when they're announcing final top-line results. And anything cancer-related, right, typically moves really, really well. So again, we have in regards to their ovarian cancer clinical trials on IMV. So right there, right off the bat, we know, hey, that's a pretty good press release. So again, that's why we were watching IMV from the get-go. Right here in pre-market, we were watching this play. We were doing our due diligence. Where do we have support? Where's resistance? How high can this play go? And in pre-market, before the market opened, we said if IMV can trade above $2, we have potential up towards around 245. We have yet to get that high. We got right up to around 219, right next to the open. That was one of our targets. But from the get-go, we're not touching it. We're not touching it. It's selling off, selling off, selling off, selling off. We bounce off $2 right here. We bounced off 2, but it wasn't a substantial bounce. It wasn't anything to go crazy about. I said, you know what? Let's wait and actually see if IMV is going to set up. It lost $2 momentarily. We took our attention from IMV. We start looking at FULC, going on a nice move. We're looking at AHPI, right? AHPI going on a nice move. Looking at OCGN. And then we come back to IMV and we see, okay, wow, look at that. Look at IMV. This stock lost that $2 support. Honestly, it had room to fall down to 188, but buyers said, not today. We're going to come right back into IMV. Boom. Right back over $2. So now we're waiting for the retest. We have $2 support. We lost it momentarily. Buyers regained $2. Waiting for the pullback. Boom. Right back down to $2. We start to see buyers move in. We see buyers move in. We see a nice bounce off 2. That tells me, hey, buyers are now respecting that $2 level as support, right? We'll go ahead and make those entries. So what did we do? We made our entries right around 204, right here. Where were stops at? Stops are underneath the intraday low. So we're risking 10 cents. And our target, one of our top targets, was up there off of those intraday highs, right around 224. So coming into the trade, we're making entries right there around 204. Our stops are underneath the low a day, risking 10 cents. And we have a potential target of those highs up towards around 224 to 225. That's 20 cents a reward. So we're risking 10 cents to make 20 cents. Right off the bat, 2-to-1 setup. Phenomenal. That's minimum for the small account, right? It's a $2 stock. It's affordable. We have news. We identified the volume. We're trading good volume. We see a good setup. And what was the setup? The loss of 2, but buyers regaining 2 with a nice candle confirmation right back above $2, which signals, hey, buyers want to hold this above $2 today. So again, we identified we had a 2-to-1 setup. We knew where our stops are at. We knew where our target was. So we went ahead and executed the trade. Simple as that. As simple as that, right? We keep it simple here. We look for good setups, reasonings behind the setups, making sure that the stock's moving on a credible reason, whether that's prior day momentum, news, making sure that the stock has higher than average volume. This stock, IMV, hit every single box as far as criteria that needed to be met to be worthy for the small account trade. So that's exactly why we built our plans. That's exactly why we took those trades right around 204 to 205. Personally, I got out soon. I was getting out right when we started to see a little bit of a transition, right? We started to see just a slight transition. We were losing a little bit of steam. We had some more selling volume moving in. We weren't really getting that pop, right? So I went ahead and locked in profits at a 1-to-1. So as soon as I was at a 1-to-1, I was placing hard stops in the system to go ahead and lock it up at 10 cents a profit. I had about, 500 shares of the play. By the time I was fully out of IMV, I was able to lock in $38. So it's not crazy. It's not a big $200 winner. It's the small account, right? What did we say? Month one, we would like to average 50 bucks a day. That's my average for month one. That's taking the step back on the size that I can take, right? Trying to really take smaller size positions, assuming we have $2,000 to $3,000 account traders inside a chat, and not taking 2, 3, 4,000 shares just because I can, right? So again, scaling back, not trying to use more than $700, $800, $900 of capital per trade. 1 second, we got the guy deciding to weed eat right now. Can they just come after 4 o'clock? That'd be awesome. But yeah, guys, so that's the point of the small account challenge, is again, understanding how much settled cash you have, making sure you're not using any more than 50% of your settled cash, so you always have available funds to trade every day, and not using half of your equity on one trade. Because let's say I had $4,000 of settled cash and I dumped 2K into it. That would be my only trade of the day. And what if it was a loser trade and I had to walk away from it? I have no capital left to actually trade with. So guess what? I'm done for the day. But what if we come across a killer A+ setup? Now we're sitting on the sidelines watching it, wishing that we would have just been disciplined and only used the amount of capital we should have used. So what did I do? I could have gotten 1,000 shares. I could have grabbed 1,500, 2,000 shares. I could have made $200 on the trade. Technically, I could have. But it's all about consistency and discipline. I'm being disciplined. We all are being disciplined with only using 50% of our settled cash per day. And we're trying to divide that settled cash up by 2 or 3, right? So we can take maybe 2 to 3 trades a day max if we have those opportunities present themselves. And we always have capital to take advantage of those opportunities. So again, I took 500 shares. I took it for almost 10 cents. It wasn't a big time ripper. It wasn't a big time runner, but it was a small account trade. The criteria was met. The setup was there. Everything was lining up beautifully. Nice risk, good reward, minimum of a 2-to-1 setup. So we executed, we took advantage. We locked in a small base hit trade on the small account. And that's what the small account challenge is about. Small, consistent base hit trades. And every now and then, guys, you will be rewarded by being disciplined. 80% of the time, you're going to lock in small base hits, consistent growth. But every now and then, you'll get decent home run trades. Look, GRAY on the small account, $200. MRIN, $160. POAI, $150. CARV, $118. RKT, $112. When you're disciplined and you're consistent, every now and then, you're going to come across a great setup. It's going to exceed your expectations, and you're going to make great profits. And it's also about risk management, right? My biggest closed loss on the small account was CXDC at 62 bucks. I've had some 50s, I've had some 40s, I've had some 30s, a lot of 20s and 15s, right? I try and keep my losses as small as possible, right? 15, 30 bucks, but I've had a couple bigger losers. But look at the winners. They outweigh the losers. And again, by being patient, taking $25 trades, $30 trades, $40 trades, $70 trades. When you're patient, disciplined, and consistent, every now and then you're going to be rewarded and you're going to get $100 plus winners, maybe even a $200 winner on a small account. So on average, you will have a nice average. My average for month one, 50 bucks a day. I want to average 50 bucks a day, right? That's a great average. You may have a $100 a day goal. That's fantastic. Make it happen. Follow your plan. Stay consistent. You may have a $20 a day goal for month one. That's amazing, right? That's in line with your account. We prepared you guys last week to get an idea of what your average should be and what your stop losses should be per trade and what your max losses should be based on your account. So you guys are prepared. You know how to build your plans. You know how to take the right size. And by doing that consistently and being patient, waiting for those A+ setups, you will see that account growth consistently, right? And so again, I'm looking to make $1,000 for the month of August. Then I'm going to scale up. Then I'm looking for $100 days, maybe 2,000 bucks. Then $150 days. And by the end of the challenge, I will have slowly scaled from $50 days to $300 days. So now I'm not making 1,000 bucks a month. Now we're making $5,000 to $6,000 a month. Being consistent and patient, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month at a time, slow and steady wins the race. It's not a sprint. slow and steady, consistently winning that race each and every day. So again, it was a good day for the small account. It is August 10th, 1 for 1. Once again, on ticker IMV, I personally locked in $38.69 on the small account. Not a bad day. And right now, look, if I would have held just a little bit longer, we would have just hit our 2-to-1 target. But again, I'm all about what? Locking in profits. That trade right here could have dumped and stopped me out, and I could have been zero or even at a loss. So what did I decide to do at that point in time? I start to see that selling pressure moving on in. I'm not seeing any action from buyers. I'm losing confidence, right? We have more selling activity than buying. I'm not going to bag hold it. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm up a 1-to-1. That's my rules. That's my plan. When I'm up 1-to-1 and exceeding a 1-to-1, usually I take half and stops go to break even. On the small account, I'm going to take stops to not to break even, but I'm going to take stops to 1-to-1. And if I get stopped out at a 1-to-1, at least I'm locking in profit. That's my plan. That's my approach, right? And that's what I did, and I took those profits. Yes, it could have been a $100 trade. Who knows? Maybe it could have been a $200 trade, but I locked in profit. I'm going to do that every day consistently. And at the end of the month, you're going to be like, man, that felt good. I wasn't greedy. I didn't hold the bag, right? I locked in profits quick. I saw consistent account growth. And guess what? I'm making money. IMV is exceeding our expectations. If you guys are still holding IMV, right, and you didn't sell your position like I did, you guys are crushing it. You guys are crushing it. You should be locking in a little bit of profit right now on IMV if you took that for the small account, right? You're approaching pre-market highs on IMV. 235. Lock in some profits. Bring those stops up underneath the prior low, right around 212, 211, and at least continue to stay in the profit, in the green, locking it in consistently every single day. And right now, guys, IMV, once again, exceeding our expectations. If I would have held, be up a little over $100 right now. That'd have been a good feeling, right? We're in at 205. That's about 150. That could have been about a $200 small account trade, but I'm not mad. I'm not like, ugh, man, I'm such an idiot. I sold too soon. Man, that could have been a $200 small account trade. I'm pissed off. No, I'm happy. I locked in 40 bucks. It could have went against me. I could have lost my profits. I could have broke even. I don't care that it went to 240. Guess what I like? I like the fact that I locked in profits. I was disciplined to not use too much capital. So now what? I still have capital to take another trade if we find an opportunity. So today's not over. It's 11:14 in the market. We still have a full day, and we still have a lot of time for more opportunities to present themselves. So we can still make 200 bucks. We can make another 20, 30, $40, right? The day's not over, and we still have capital in our account to take advantage of another opportunity if it presents itself. So once again, Tuesday, August 10th, about 11:15 in the market, 1 for 1. IMV, nice little small account base hit trade. Personally locking in about 40 bucks, which was about 5% return on that account. And one last thing I want to end with. If you can generate, on average, 4 to 5% a day, and you can compound that each and every day, you know you're going to see substantial account growth. I mean, it will grow exponentially if you can just stay consistent with averaging 5% a day, right? And that's my goal of averaging 50 bucks a day and letting that grow my account to where I can take more size, larger positions, and see bigger account growth as we progress during this small account challenge. So again, congratulations to every trader that took IMV. Congratulations to you guys. If you still held and you were bringing those stops up under those lows, you guys could have absolutely crushed IMV for about a 20% return. So again, awesome job, awesome work. Day number 7. Is it day 7? It is day 7. It is day 7 of the small account challenge. So far, so good. Seeing consistent account growth, and I'm so excited to continue working these small accounts with you until the end of the year. So again, awesome job, traders. Today's the 10th? Yes, it is. All right, so what do we got for lesson topics of the day? Looks like everybody in chat wants to do market maker price action. Real quick before you do that, Tom, could you put up the graphic again so I can take a screenshot? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. If anybody wants to take a picture of this, hot keywords to look for in press releases. So go ahead and take a picture, take a screenshot. You guys are all set, ready to rock. Actually, hold on. Before you do that, you can't see the bottom three. So let me go ahead and take my beautiful face out. And you guys are all set. Let me know when you're all good to go, and I'll take her down. Absolutely, Tom. Absolutely. So, we're going to do a different lesson today. So, we're going to do a lesson, and it's something that I just learned about, right? I don't know everything. I don't know everything, right? I'm still learning every single day, and this is what we talk about, like this morning. Like Tom Brady, for example. You think just because he's the GOAT and he's the best football player out there right now at this point in time, the best quarterback, that he's just going to stop practicing and stop learning and stop growing? No. This dude's waking up early. He's practicing, and he's always trying to be better than he was the day before, but he's already the best. He knows that he's the best. So why does he get up and practice? Because he realizes if he becomes complacent and he gets cocky and arrogant that I'm the best, someone's going to come and destroy him. Someone's going to run right past him. So he's always out there practicing, practicing, practicing. His mindset is, I'm great. I'm good, but I want to be better than the day I was before. That's my mindset. I'm great at what I do. I'm really good at what I do. But I know that I don't know everything, and I know that there's so much to learn that I want to be better than I was the day before. So what am I doing? I'm doing research, right? I'm reading up on things. I'm trying to advance my skill set. I'm trying to advance it. I'm trying to grow my skill set. I'm trying to learn more than I knew yesterday. So with that being said, over the weekend, I've been seeing a lot of posts about market maker price action and how it occurs in every market on any time frame. And it's something that it's useful to know. So if you start to spot some of the price action that we're getting ready to dive into, that you could kind of, okay, this kind of looks like some of that market maker price action. Maybe I need to sit back and be a little bit more patient and wait. Maybe you can apply it to help strengthen your edge in the market. Or we get through this lesson, you're like, you know what? I didn't find any value in the lesson. That's okay, right? That's 100% fine, right? Not every single day are you going to be able to take something away. I mean, my goal is for you to learn something new every single day. But just because you learn something new doesn't mean it's useful and you're going to apply it as a part of your edge, right? Just because you use a stochastic fast doesn't mean it's going to help me in my edge, right? Just because I use the RSI doesn't mean it's going to help you with your edge. Maybe your edge and what you like is the stochastic indicator, right? Well, good thing we did a lesson on that a week ago. We educated you on the stochastic and how to utilize it. So just because I don't use it doesn't make it a bad indicator or an indicator that's not respected. It's just I don't prefer it. So what I'm getting at is, again, this lesson may not be something that you apply. But if it is something you apply and it helps you, then that's the point of doing these lessons in the first place. So again, market maker price action. I've done some research over the weekend. I've studied up, and basically what I've come to find out is there's 3 steps to this. It happens in any market: options, equities, right? Penny stocks, Forex, futures, crypto. It happens in every market, and it can happen on any time frame, right? So there's 3 steps to this, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get this little box, and we're going to go ahead and draw these little boxes just like this. Go ahead and draw these boxes. Let's move that over. Let's go ahead and get another one drawn on up. Actually, I need to readjust these real quick. Just bear with me, guys. Bear with me. We're going to draw it right down here so we have some more room. We're going to come right here, and we're going to draw her down. Whoop, right there. Line her up. And now we'll go and draw this one up to the top. Boom. So again, with market maker price action, from what I've learned, is there's 3 steps, right? There's 3 steps, right? One's called the contraction, which basically, to simplify it, is consolidation, right? So we're going to dumb it down, right? We're going to dumb it down. Consolidation. The stock is consolidating, right? And traders are building a position. Traders are getting in for the move. So the first thing, before we even identify, okay, the stock's consolidating, yada, 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 right, is what's the overall trend of the stock? So in this example, we're going to say the overall trend is up. So let's say the stock just went on a nice big move to the upside. That is absolutely terrible. The stock just went on a nice big move to the upside. Now it's consolidating. You may be sitting here thinking like, okay, it's flagging, right? Leg to the upside, we're consolidating sideways, right? Consolidating for the possible next move up. So what are traders doing? They're buying in this period of consolidation because what are they looking for? They're looking for that next leg up. But market maker price action, basically, it gives you a false breakout and then it resumes the trend. So step one is identifying the overall trend, right? What's the trend? Are we trending up or are we trending down? That's step one, identifying the trend that we're in. So for this example, we're going to say that we're in an uptrend. The stock just rocketed to the upside and now it's consolidating sideways. So basically what market maker price action is you will have this area of consolidation. They classify it as the contraction zone, right? But again, contraction, whatever. It's consolidating, right? And then this is an expansion move, which basically is a false move outside of the trend. So basically you'll see, okay, you've identified the trend's higher, right? The trend's up. It's consolidating. And again, this is classified as step one, consolidation. And then it will fake those traders out, right? It will fake those traders out. That is called the, I think they said it was the expansion or something like that. It's the false move. It's a false breakout. It's a false move. So basically, traders are building a position. They're accumulating. They're looking for that leg higher. But market maker price action, it will false move to the downside, fake those traders out just to resume the trend and move it higher, right? How many times have you seen a bull flag do this? You get the flag. It's consolidating. You see it fake out, and then you see it run higher. How many times have you seen that kind of price action? Let's be honest. How many times have you seen a textbook bull flag, right? And it fakes out, it cracks. Traders are getting stopped out. Traders are getting stopped out. Traders are getting stopped out. And then out of nowhere, it shoots on up to the sky. How many times have you seen that? I've seen it a lot, right? And when I come across these videos and I start educating myself, I'm like, oh, it makes a lot of sense. I just learned about this. I've been in the game for 7 years. I don't know everything. I just learned about market maker price action and kind of how there's a strategy behind it, right? So again, traders identified the trend is up, right? They see this period of consolidation. They would classify this as a bull flag, right? But that market maker, the market makers, right? The price action will stop those traders out, will drive the price lower just to resume the trend even higher. I've seen this setup tons of times. I'm like, bull flag, oh, it failed, and then boom, it rips and runs and gets halted to the upside. So again, there's 3 steps. Well, actually, there's 4 steps to identifying if there's any kind of market maker price action. All right. Step 1, identify the trend. All right. Are we trending up? Are we trending lower? Right. Then you're going to identify a period of consolidation where the stock consolidates sideways. Okay. Then step number 2 is waiting for that false move. In this example, the trend is higher. Okay. We have identified the trend is up. Step 2, right? Because step 1 is the trend. Step 2 is consolidation. Step 3 is the false move. So again, step 1 is identify the move. I'm going to reset. Step 1, I'm not a perfect person, is identifying the trend that you're in. Is it trending higher? Is it trending lower? That's step 1. Step 2, identifying that period of consolidation. Now, if it breaks and it pulls back and retests, okay, boom, you can go to the upside, right? But if you start to notice the false move down and it bounce, put in a higher low and it starts breaking on out, that would be that market maker move right there, to where basically it flushes those traders out. It fakes these traders out. They're getting stopped out. They're getting stopped out. They're getting stopped out. They're stopping out. And then the market makers go ahead and decide to resume the stock in the trend that it was in, which is higher. So it's a very simple lesson. I feel like it does this more than half the time. And exactly. So when I started seeing these videos and I start educating myself on it, I'm like, you know what? I've seen this quite a bit, right? I've seen it a lot. Like, where else have we seen it? So let's go open up a new one real quick. I don't want to save it. No. Let's go open, new, don't save. Okay. We've seen setups like this, right? Where you have flat resistance, maybe like an ascending triangle, right? Where you've seen the stock trending higher, and you're like, you know what? Hey, that's a great ascending triangle breakout. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, every now and then, buyers are strong enough and they take that thing higher, right? But every now and then, how many times have you seen like a really nice ascending triangle looking like it's going to break out and then it drops, right? It bounces and then it shoots. I've seen that a lot of the times. Like, hey, ascending triangle breakout coming on up. Oh, it failed. Wouldn't touch it. And then it, boom. Then it breaks out big time. That's basically what we're trying to talk about today, right? If you see those moves, right? And you see that bounce like this, and you start to get that higher high, look to make an entry right there. Put your stops underneath the low and look for that trend to resume to the upside. So again, really breaking this down, this is that period of consolidation, right? All this right here, that's your consolidation, right? Then you have your false move to the downside, and then you have the resumption of the trend. It's literally 4 steps. Step 1, identifying, are you in an uptrend or are you in a downtrend? Step 2, you identify the period of consolidation, right? It could be a bull flag, right? It could be a ascending triangle, right? It could just be consolidating sideways. And then you see the false move down. And basically what that is, I would say that's your pool of liquidity. How many times have we said like, hey, right, the market makers like to drive price down. It's a pool of liquidity to get their orders filled at a lower price just to drive the price back in their direction, right? We've talked about liquidity pools before and somewhat of market maker price action, but now we can actually place steps behind it, right? Identifying the trend, step 1, identifying the period of consolidation, waiting for the market makers to drive the price down, liquidity pool, get their orders filled, right? Or fake everybody else out of the trade, fake the retail traders out. Now retail is getting stopped out, while the market makers, hedge funds, institutions, whatever you want to call it, are getting filled, just to resume the price higher, just to force more retail traders into the trade as they're taking profits, right? How many times have we seen that? False move down, it picks on up, traders start getting FOMO. Oh, it's working now, it's breaking, let me buy up here, I want to buy. And that's when the institutions and the hedge funds and the market makers, they're ready to sell. They're ready to take profits, just stopping everybody out again. So again, that's something to be mindful of. And do we have an example, right? Do we have a little bit of an example of this? And I thought we were going to see one on AHPI, right? So where we've identified, right, the trend, right? We identified the trend on AHPI, right? This could be an okay example. The trend is higher. And we've now established that we're inside of this little zone of consolidation, right? Looking like an ascending triangle, looking like a bull flag, looking like it's going to consolidate for the next leg up. We see that the trend is up. Clearly, the trend is high. Now we get step 2. It's consolidating, right? And traders are building that position. Traders are in this, looking for the $15 break, looking for the $15 break. What happens? Boom. You get the false move to the downside. What do you think's happening right here? Traders are getting stopped out. 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 Why are they getting stopped out? Because a lot of traders say, hey, we have support right there at 1428 underneath that consolidation low. Everybody stops underneath 1428. Boom. Drops down, stops everybody out. Then look what happens. It resumes its trend, and it resumes the trend higher. And it did. It resumed the trend higher. So again, we have step 1. We can see it on a real chart, right? As a sloppy example, but an example. Step 1, we identify the trend. It's high. We see this period of consolidation. Traders are buying this consolidation, right? That's why it's consolidating. You have people buying and selling, buying and selling. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. Why are traders buying? Because they're looking for the next leg up out of this little ascending triangle that we were noticing. Maybe they think it's a flag that's going to break, or maybe they're like, hey, it's just consolidating, and then we're going to get that leg higher. Market makers come in, drive the price down, get their fills, stop retail out, just to drive the price higher. And that's exactly what we saw here on AHPI. So this is a prime example of what our lesson is about. So next time we see a period of consolidation, right? And it's not breaking and closing over that level of resistance, look for a possible false move to the downside. And if it resumes, right, look to take your entries off that higher low. And that's exactly what our lesson was. They drive price down, the stock shoots up, pulls back, and you could be making entries right there, right there, right there, right? When the stock shoots back up, regains that level of support, puts in the higher high, you could have been looking to possibly make an entry at like $14.87. And look, it ran all the way up to $16. So that's over a dollar move to the upside simply by being patient, waiting, especially if you're starting to see some of that price action follow suit based on this lesson. And again, from what I've gathered, from what I've been educating myself on, is this is market maker price action, market maker price activity. Step one, identify trend. AHPI, we identified, it's trending higher. Step two, period of consolidation, right? Retail traders are building a position. Traders are entering this trade because they're looking for the next leg higher. Step three, market makers flush those traders out. Their stop losses are hit. And when those stop losses are hit, that provides a pool of liquidity for their orders to get filled, just to drive the price higher as intended in the first place. And that would be step four, after their orders are filled, right? Based on those stop losses being hit, that pool of liquidity, they're being filled just to drive the price higher. And we saw that it regained for about a $2 move to the upside on AHPI. So again, I know it was a weird lesson. It's a different type of lesson. Not a strategy, not an indicator, not a setup, not pre-market stock selection, but something that I thought was unique. I thought it was unique. It interests me. And I've seen that happen a lot of the times. And that's why I thought it would be useful to go ahead and educate you guys on this today. Something that I've learned just over the weekend, right? I'm not a master at this. It's something that I'm going to observe more often now that I'm aware of that. So next time I see, okay, I want to buy AHPI for the high day break and it cuts out like this, but it resumes that level with that higher low, I would be looking to be a buyer to play into that market maker price action for that leg up. And why I thought it was valuable and why I thought it was unique and awesome and I wanted to talk about it, right? Because I can't tell you how many times we've seen that, right? At least 50% of the time, we will see those false moves, right? And then we will see it pick right back on up and go higher as intended, right? So I thought it was very useful and informative for something you guys to be mindful of, to be aware of. And if you start to see that price action kind of play on out, you can kind of say, okay, is this going to be that market maker move? Is that what's happening right now? And we can see on AHPI, it was to a T. So, do we have another example of where this could have maybe happened, right? Another example of where this could have maybe happened on a play today. It doesn't happen all the time. It's not 100%. But what we do know, it can happen in any market, and it can happen on any time frame. Daily time frames, weekly time frames, 1 minute time frames. It can happen on any time frame, right? So again, do we have any other example of where that could be something that we're looking at for a little bit of an example, just to give you not just one example, but two examples. So let's go ahead and clear our draw and shed out. And realistically, I mean, this could have been it. This could have been a little bit, right? We're looking at FULC. We see that we have resistance right around 1638. And we notice at this point in time, it has a very nice uptrend, right? We can see that this stock is trending higher. Higher highs, higher lows. Higher highs, higher lows. Higher highs, higher lows. All these higher lows. Nice little double bottom right here. So some traders are probably saying, hey, there's a lot of momentum. This stock is trending higher. I'm looking for a break over that 1638 for the next leg up, right? Now let's go ahead and look at this. And here's our period of consolidation. So what are traders doing right now, right? They're probably building a position, maybe the 9 EMA pullback, looking for a cup and handle, whatever the case is. There's traders here looking to buy this for that $15, that 1650 break. Look, they tried to get it to break here, couldn't. Pulled back to the 9 EMA, traders moved back in, couldn't break. It's consolidating sideways. We've identified step one, the trend's up, the trend's higher on FULC, right? We identified this period of consolidation as traders are looking to take it even higher. And then we see a false move up, and then it cracks on down to the downside, right? So we can see that it shot on down pretty significantly. And then boom, out of nowhere, gets a big rip to the upside. So it's clear as day that we can see that kind of price action even on FULC. Period of consolidation, right? Traders are probably looking at it maybe like a little cup and handle, right? Big U shape, looking for the cup and handle, maybe the 9 EMA pullback, can't get it. Boom, flushes everybody out, and then ramps and rips to the upside even higher to resume the trend that it was in. So does that make sense? Is that a good example on FULC? Was that a good example on AHPI on how we can see this even today on real stocks? On how typically we would be looking to be a buyer maybe here, maybe for that cup and handle, just to get stopped out and then watch it run in our favor. How many times does that happen? That happens a lot. Let's use FLUC again. Big move to the upside. Now it's consolidating sideways, right? Let's see if it has the similar type of price action here. So we've identified that we're in this little period of consolidation. Now let's sit back and see what happens. Is it going to fake all these retail traders out and then shoot on up? That'll give us a good idea if, hey, this is something that we could utilize to help advance and help strengthen our edge in the market. So some traders call, market makers shaking you out, oh, that trade shook me out, it chopped me out, whatever the case is. But, after coming across a lot of these videos and, lessons, I'm like, hey, makes sense. Market maker price activity. So do we have any questions about that, right? I know it was about 20 minutes, 21 minutes of breaking it down. And like I said from the get-go, it may not be something of value to you. It may be like, okay, I'm not really going to apply this. But if it is something, then hey, I'm glad I was able to take the time to share this with you. And like I said, it's something that I just learned about as well here recently over the last week. So I'm not a master at this, but it's definitely something that I'm going to be more mindful of during my trades, right? And seeing if we start to see a lot of that kind of follow suit and kind of play on out based on this lesson today. And if it's something that I'm like, hey, I can spot this now. I can spot this price action. Maybe it helps give me more of an edge to not execute, but to wait for those fake outs, buy into the fake out for that rip and run higher, right? Again, something that I'm just going to observe over the course of my trading career. And if it's something that I can continue to grow upon and understand and utilize to help me become a better trader, I'm all about it, baby. I'm all about it. Look at the resistance on Tesla about 10 to 20 minutes ago. If you can't see the buy resistance at 705, if you can't see the buy resistance, I don't know what to do. LOL. It hit it 17 times out of 25 on a 2-minute bar. Refused to go down. I read that if you see a large increase in volume at the end of a channel or wedge, it's a good sign of the stock. So I read that if you see a large increase in volume at the end of a channel or a wedge, it is a good sign that the stock will move up. It depends on what kind of channel or wedge you're looking at, right? So if you have a falling wedge, right? And you see volume move in outside of the wedge, that's bullish. But if you have like a rising wedge, Tom, right? Rising wedges are bearish, right? So again, yeah, absolutely. If you see volume increase at the end, right? Right when it's in the tip, and you see volume move in, right? That's a good signal that the move is going to take place, right? Volume moving in here with a falling wedge, that is a bullish signal, and we are expecting to see the stock break out and trend higher. So with a rising wedge, it's the complete opposite. It gets up, 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 very tight. You start to see volume move in. In this case, you would expect to see selling volume, which would crack it outside of the wedge, and it would start trending lower. So absolutely, when you see a large increase at the tip, we call that the apex. These tips right here, the true classification right here, at the tips, those are called apexes. We just call them the tip. We make it easy. It's at the tip of the wedge, whether it's a falling wedge or a rising wedge. And when you see volume move in, that is a good indication that the trend is going to shift. The trend is going to reverse. Same thing with the channel time. Yeah, when you see, like if you have a rising channel, typically you see volume move in and it cracks to the downside. If you see a falling channel and you see volume move in at the end, that's a good indication that the trend's going to reverse out of that falling channel to the upside. So triangles, Tom. So if we're just talking a basic, say, symmetrical triangle, right? Let's say we're just talking a basic symmetrical triangle, right? Something like this, where the stock is just consolidating sideways, right? Lower highs, higher lows. In my opinion, from my experience in the market, symmetrical triangles are 50-50. They are 50-50. Could it go to the upside? Yep. Could it crack to the downside? Yep. So how do you gauge an entry? How do you wait for confirmation for an entry, whether you're going to go long or whether you're going to go short? You have to wait for candle and volume confirmation. All right. So if you're looking at a symmetrical triangle, you don't know which way it's going to go. It's typically 50-50. Right? It's typically 50-50 unless you have other forms of technical analysis that help support your claim that it's going to go up or that it's going to go down. But if you're just looking at a symmetrical triangle and that's it, it's 50-50. 50-50, right? So what do you have to wait for? You have to wait for a candle to confirm. If you're looking to go long, you have to wait for the first candle to break and close above the downtrend, and it has to be on volume. Has to be on volume. That's your confirmation. Volume increase, candle closure above the downtrend. That's going to solidify an 80-20 setup. Now you have 80-20 odds that this stock can start grinding back to the upside, right? Here, if you're looking to take it short, right, you need to do the same thing. You need to wait for the candle to close below the uptrend, right, on increased selling volume. And that right there is going to give you your 80-20 odds that this stock can start to fade on off. So it's all about the candle closure, number one, and all about the volume confirmation, number two. And that's how you can go from a 50-50 chart pattern to an 80-20 probability by waiting for the candle and waiting for the volume to confirm as well. That's how you go from 50-50 to 80-20, right? If you are buying right there, you're 50-50 all day. It can move up, it can move down. It can do anything, right? But if you're just patient and you wait for the candle closure, whether it's to the downside, whether it's to the upside, and you wait for the pop in volume and you get that confirmation with your candle closure, you go from that 50-50 chart setup, right, to now you're increasing those odds to 80-20, and you have higher probabilities of being on the right side of the trade. So hopefully that was the answer that you were looking for. If not, I will redo that from scratch and I'll try and find a different way to explain it for you, Tom. So I'm still just observing FULC and I'm just curious to see what happens, right? Right now, it's safe to say we have a large move to the upside. It's consolidating sideways in a flag-like formation. I'm curious to see if it fails and then resumes higher. And that would be another great real-time live example of that market maker price action. And really, when you really break it down as simple as possible, what's going on here? What's going on, right? And this is my logic on what's happening. Right now, you have retail traders buying. Retail traders, retail traders, retail traders, right? We already know retail traders are most likely here accumulating for the next leg up. Market makers, hedge funds, institutions, the ones that, run these supercomputers that, algorithmically trade for them. Sorry, that was a big word. I had to get it out. They want to get filled lower, right? They want a pool of liquidity. So what's happening right now? You know that you have traders, retail traders, where are they putting their stops? They're putting their stops right there, right? That's how retail traders place stops. If they're looking to buy this for the break out of this consolidation to the upside or this flag, stops go underneath the flag low. So right now, it's safe to say that a good majority of stop losses on FULC right now if there's traders in and they're placing stops, it's safe to say that their stops are right around 715, right? So when you see the stock fake out, those stop losses are getting triggered. Those stop losses are getting triggered. Those stop losses are getting triggered, which provides a big pool of liquidity, which provides a lot of orders that can be filled by those market makers to then where they can drive the price up. So not only are they getting their orders filled, they're getting their orders filled at a much lower price just to drive the price in their favor. Now what happens? Traders are getting stopped out. Traders are getting stopped out. Traders are getting stopped out. Market makers resume the trend, take it higher, and now traders are like, it's breaking 18. Let me buy, let me buy, let me buy. What's going on when retail traders are buying? The market makers, they're deciding to take profit. They're taking profit, right? Which is stopping more retail traders out. Again, it's just a whipsaw game. You got to learn how to play the game with them, right? If you can't win, play it with them. So again, that's just kind of what the point of that is, right? It's providing that pool of liquidity. They get a much lower fill. They resume the trade in their direction, which forces more uneducated retail traders into the market, looking for that chase, looking because they're buying out of FOMO, just so now they can get their orders filled and they're taking profit, right? To really break it down in the most simple terms as possible, that's what's happening, all right? That's what's happening. And we see this price action a lot. A lot. We see this a lot, guys. I know you guys can attest to that. We've seen it quite a bit of times. FULC didn't happen. It shot right on up. It's not going to happen 100% of the time, right? But it's something to be mindful of. That's it. It's just something to be mindful of. If you see something like AHPI, right? If you're looking at AHPI and you see something like this, and then it puts in that higher low back above that consolidation level, hey, that could be a signal to go long as it may start resuming its trend to the upside, right? Forcing the retail traders out, getting stopped. Pool of liquidity, they're now filled, right? Resume the trend in their favor. Retail traders are chasing this over the highs, right? Retail traders are now chasing this at $15.50, $15.80, $16. Now they're just taking profits all the way back down. So again, something to be mindful of, team. Something to be observant with. And if you see that kind of price action, maybe it helps strengthen your edge in the market. If not, guess what? We're doing another lesson tomorrow. We're doing a lesson on Friday. Oh, tomorrow is Wednesday. We're doing a lesson every single day. We have over 120 lessons in the video lessons library, and there's going to be some value bombs in there that apply to you, that help strengthen that edge, that help make you a better trader. And if this is something that helps strengthen your edge to make you a better trader, awesome. I'm glad I was able to learn this, share it with you, educate you guys. So again, you guys are all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. Give me 1 second. I need to grab, where is that? Let's see, here we go. Boom, boom. Oh, nope. I just want to grab that one, and it's taking them all. So we'll just do them one by one. Oh, no. What's going on? Let's go ahead and upload that because I am uploading all of our lessons this evening. As you guys know, it is Tuesday, and we do not do afternoon commentary on Tuesdays because that is my time to edit all of our prior week lessons and to get those uploaded into the video lessons library for you guys. So that's what I'm working on today. I have quite a few lessons to get done for you guys. Multiple separate reasons to take a trade. Where do stops go? Wedges, trading rules, right? Got a lot of stuff that I'm getting edited and uploaded for you guys inside of that video lessons library. So again, you can rock and roll, watch those lessons, and again, just level up and take that trading to another level. So right now it is 12 o'clock in the market, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, would a sudden high volume at the end of a channel be a good or bad sign? Depends on the channel that you're in, Tom. If you're in a rising channel and you get a large pop and selling volume, that's going to solidify and signal, hey, you may start cracking to the downside out of that rising channel, right? If you're in a falling channel, right? If you're in a falling channel like Boeing, right? This is considered to be a bullish setup, right? If we get a pop in volume, right, above the downtrend and we close above, that's a good sign and a good signal that, hey, traders are looking to take this back higher because we're in a falling channel and this is considered to be bullish. But again, waiting for that pop in volume and waiting for that candle closure over that downtrend out of the channel, that's the confirmation, waiting and being patient for that entry. So right now it is 11:52 in the market, team. 11:52, not too much going on. The top stocks that I think you guys should be watching over lunch. Keep OCGN on watch above $8.75. FULC, just a lot of momentum here, guys. A lot of momentum, a lot of activity here on FULC. This play has room, again, up towards around $20 natural resistance, but breaking over $20, team, you could see this play all the way up towards around $21.13. Right now, FULC, want to keep that on watch. IMV is done. That one already pretty much got our targets, gave a lot back. I don't really see a lot going for INV, but we'll keep it on watch. Right now, over lunch, FULC, again, room to 20. Over 20, room to 21.13. Right now, it's been holding these higher, these highs, right? It's been pulling back to the prior highs fairly well. So right now, it's safe to say that we can maybe grab some support right around like 18.14. But again, it's due for a nice big pullback, right? The stock has gone from 16 to 19.47, and we only had a little pullback. So again, just be mindful. You're approaching lunch. Volume starts to leave the market around this time, and you could start be seeing a nice little pullback before traders come back in around 2:30, 3 o'clock, and maybe we have a nice little end-of-day runner on FULC. AHPI, nothing going on there. OCGN, you want to keep this one on watch above $8.75. All right, so do we have any final questions, comments, or concerns before we dive into lunch traders? ZEV, I mean, honestly, you can probably throw it in a little bit of this falling wedge. I mean, it's not super clean. I mean, it's okay. You can connect those lows on out, and you can see that it's just in this falling little channel, almost like a little falling wedge. So what we're looking for is buyers start moving back in, right? We can see that it's in a solid downtrend. Lower highs, lower lows. Lower highs, lower lows. Once we double bottom, once we start putting in higher lows and higher highs, and ideally breaking above this downtrend, that's the only time that we'll see ZEV try and get some action back to the upside. But as long as it continues to get rejected inside of this falling channel and below the downtrend, it technically has room to crack and drop below 933, and we could see it back below $9 by the end of the day. So you got to keep those levels on watch. Watch for the break of the downtrend off a double bottom or some higher lows. That's going to signal market structure and a possible reversal. Breaking the downtrend, absolutely. You could start to see ZEV starting to move back to the upside. In a perfect world, ideally, you do not want to see this below today's intraday lows right around 940. You want to see it at least trying to hold above $9.40, and you will have some resistance back up towards around 1050. So not only is that the 200 SMA on the daily chart, it's also your VWAP here, and it's also some prior resistance on this play. So even if you were to get in on ZEV, you're going to have a lot of profit taking right around that 1050 mark. All right, so just be mindful of that as well. What I would do on mRNA is we've identified that it's in a solid old downtrend. I would start with grabbing a Fibonacci extension off the high of day, running it down to the low of day, running it back up, and let's see if any of these levels have been respected. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Look. So we can see here that it was respected as resistance. We broke above support right over that 61.8. Quick little pullback. Now we're kind of topping out off that 50% extension. So the stock just dropped and it's already retraced just about 50%. If you start to see a little bit of a head and shoulders here, right? If this stock stays below 478 and ideally doesn't get back above 467.50, I think you can start to see it come back down, right? I do think this was the move, right? Big drop. It's already retraced 50%. You kind of see it's starting to get a little top heavy, right? You're starting to see a little bit more selling pressure move in, and you have a teeny little head and shoulders formation right around that 50% extension. So I would say that as long as it doesn't pop back above 478, I think you start to see this downtrend all the way back down, possibly to these lows, and even lower on mRNA. Again, mRNA, in my opinion, not my opinion, but looking at the technicals, I think mRNA has room back down towards around 443, 444. I think we have room down to around that 444 here on mRNA. And if we take an extension move, I'm just curious, I'm not a big fan of measured moves, but if we just take a measured move here, out of curiosity, right, where does that put us? That would put you down towards around 440. Again, I'm not a fan of measured moves, but it's kind of cool sometimes to see how accurate they line up. So once again, as long as mRNA is not above 478, all right, I think we can start selling back off, back down to the low a day. Emmanuel, so how would you really know? How would we really know in regards to what? mRNA? Want to make sure I get you a proper answer to the question. Just elaborate a little bit more on that question for me. I completely forgot I was still streaming on TikTok. Yeah, like Danny Blaze said, this is not financial advice. This is financial education. This is stock market education. This is to get you educated on how to read charts, how to manage your risk, right? How to make proper entries, taking profits, cutting your losses quick, right? Getting you guys educated on, you know, how to properly trade the market and how to make consistent profits, right? I'm not going to say, hey, buy at 470. It's not an alert service, right? Do we provide alerts? Yes. But behind the alerts, what do? We provide education, right? Every alert we make is packed full of education on why it's a good buy. Not just buy here because I said so. Why it is. So you can see what I see. So you can learn what I've learned to where 6 months to a year from now, you can say, you know what, Josh, I don't need you anymore. I quit. I'm out of chat because I can do this on my own self-sufficiently. That is amazing. That's what I want each and every one of you to do. Even though half of you probably won't because you love being in chat and you're going to be here for the long run. But I want you guys to be able to do this on your own. And that's the goal here is education, not just signals, not just alerts. So it is 12:01 in the market. I got to get some water. I got to eat some food. I got to hit the gym. And most importantly, I have about 10 lessons, 10, yeah, to edit, to upload, and those should be in there for you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at the latest. You will see some trickling in this afternoon, this evening, but I hope to have all 10 of these lessons edited and recorded for you and uploaded inside of the video lessons library. So make sure you're looking and you guys should, again, you guys will have some nice lessons in there, about 10 lessons in the video lessons library. So what do we got in profits chat today? We got Pancake Shark, 986. What do we got here? We have, nice, $878 from Brody. You can't even say that. We're just going to say Brody. Nice. We got a ZEV with $800. Good stuff. Good work. That's what I'm talking about. Profits chat looking good. I'm up 505. And like always, the team absolutely destroying me in profits, which fires me up seeing bigger profits than what I have. Again, congratulations to all traders locking in some amazing profits. We have $500 trade. We have $900. We have $800. My goodness, absolutely amazing. Keep up the awesome work. Keep locking in those profits, traders. All right, so we're jumping off the mic. Good job. Awesome day, team. I will be here this afternoon editing lessons. So if I see questions, I'll jump on the mic. I'll get those answered. If we see stocks setting up, I'll jump on the mic, get you guys alerted, get you guys educated on what we have so we never miss an opportunity. If you guys do need to reach me ASAP, right, and it's more of a private question, send me an email. Josh@alphadaytrading.com. Yes, Casey, I know you have an email in there I have to respond to. I have not forgot about you. Just been a little tied up with some things. So I'll make sure I get a response to you, my man. And if you want to book a one-on-one session, to be honest with you, sometimes the one-on-ones are 10 times better because we can talk like this, face-to-face, in a private Zoom meeting. And again, might be a lot better than actually just getting a response in the form of an email. So again, don't forget about those one-on-ones, guys. Book them up. Let's have some fun. Let's continue rocking and rolling and making some amazing profits. And I will see you guys back here later this afternoon. And we'll rock and roll and see if we can have a great end of the day. Take care. Once again, amazing job. And team, you know how we end it. You know how we get going before lunch. Someone go ahead and hit me with it. Let's go ahead and get it going. That's what I'm talking about. Catherine, let's go ahead and end our day. Not our day, but let's go ahead and end our morning session before we dive into lunch. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. You guys fire me up each and every day with those profits and seeing you guys come in, taking that initiative and just advancing each and every day. So keep up the amazing work. Keep locking in those amazing profits. And most importantly, get a nice disconnect, guys. Get out of the office, walk outside, get some lunch, come back this afternoon. We'll see what we have in store. Have a good lunch, team. I'll see you a little bit later on.